Good morning.
We have an interview today for the CNA position at Tender Care.
Oh, how wonderful. How exciting.
Good for you.
Let us know how it goes. Okay. Hello, YouTube world. Those of you on YouTube, if you can hear me, give me a quick hi, hello, shout out. Let me know you can hear me. And we'll get started. I know I'm a few minutes late, guys. Sorry. It's been one of those days. Where is my mouse? There we go. Okay. Oops. I'm going to leave the meeting. All right. Give me just one more minute. So many steps to this. Okay, YouTube people, stick around till the end and I will answer your questions. What is going on here? Good morning. Everything updated, so it's like super slow right now. Everything's wanting to reload. So 1 second, guys. There we go. Okay, good morning. Okay, I see you there. Just let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. All right, so between last class and this class, you guys had chapter 4. I told you it was a tough chapter, unnecessarily detailed. How did you guys do with it? Do you have any questions? Anything that you need me to explain to you? Anything I can help you with? No? All right, let me get your scores. Christy, how'd you do? Okay. Jane? Thank you. Nicole? Jamie? Thank you. Jamie, do you have 2 and 3 for me?
I missed 0 and 2 and 0 and 3.
Very good. Novalee? Thank you. Isabella? Thank you. Aprilyn? Okay, very good. Anybody have any questions that I can answer on that? Over the weekend, you guys are going to have chapters 5 and 6. 5 is on dementia, super important chapter. I would say chapter 5 is one of the most important chapters in the book. It's not a very long one. There's a lot of information in there though, so you may have to spend a little bit of time on it. But 5 is one that you really want to make sure you're reading. There will be quite a few questions on the state exam about dementia, communication with cognitively impaired individuals. It's a really important subject because in here, we can all communicate fine. I can speak, you can listen, You're able to engage, you're able to understand, you can ask questions. I mean, our communication is fine. But when you have one of those parties where their communication is broken, that makes everything so much harder. So we have to learn strategies to be able to work with patients that may not understand who we are, why we're there, what we're doing, why it matters. And they may not understand that we have their best interests at heart. So in order to understand a dementia patient, I want you to picture this for just a second, okay? Because this really is their experience, okay? So right now, what country are you in? Okay, America, right? You are familiar with the culture. You're familiar with your area. You can get around. Everything is normal. You also have a support group that you rely on that make you feel comfortable. Now, I want you for a moment, tomorrow morning when you wake up and your eyes pop open, you are in a totally foreign place. Completely. Nothing looks familiar. None of your people are there. Somebody comes in and they're speaking a language that you don't understand. You look down and you're not clothed. How frightening do you think that would be? You don't know where you are. You don't know how you got there. You don't know who these people are. You can't understand what they're trying to tell you. You are laying down vulnerable and you're not dressed. Now let that person put a hand on you. How are you going to react? Most likely, because that fear response is real. Guys, that is exactly what dementia patients go through. They wake up in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by strangers. They don't know the language. They don't know who you are. They're not dressed appropriately. And you come in and put your hands on them. It's no wonder they get combative. I would, you would, and yet we tend to take out our frustration on the patients because I have things I have to do and you are slowing me down. So we've got to get our mindset arranged because we can't fix the problems that they're having, right? With dementia, we really can't fix the mind to make them understand where they are, who they are, why they are. So what we have to do is fix our reaction to it. Does that make sense? Good. So chapter 5 is very important. Chapter 6 is a very long chapter and it's on skills. Well, skills is what we're learning in here. So don't get too wrapped up in chapter 6. Chapter 5, I want you to put most of your time and attention to. Chapter 6, I want you to go through, but don't read the step-by-step instructions in chapter 6. I'm going over all of that with you. That's not a problem. But you want to read the paragraphs in between and anything that we're not covering in class, like showering a patient, give that a read, the step-by-step, so you're familiar with it. But most of the skills we're going to be covering here in class. Okay, so that's going to be your homework over the weekend. So did anybody practice blood pressure? Anybody practice blood pressure? Okay. All right. Okay. Did you, you weren't here?
No. but
Okay.
I watched everything.
Okay. All right.
I feel like I need-
All right. So after class, because again, today I'm going to be talking all the way up until the end. After class today, if you can stay for a few minutes, I'll walk you through it. Okay. All right. Anybody, you said you practiced? All right. How'd it go? It went? There we go. Very good. And
hard to
that's,
see it and hear it and put it and read it.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot going on at one time. Your ears have to hear the sound. Your hand has to control the valve. Your eyes have to see where the needle is, and the needle is still moving. And then your brain's got to interpret all of that and figure out what the numbers are. And it takes a while to dial in. And that's okay. Put the time in. Even if you're feeling like, I don't know if I got that right, it's okay, because you're learning some muscle memory that's going to be important. Someday soon, you're going to take a blood pressure and you're going to go, okay, it was 128/62, and you're going to feel confident. And then you're going to go, oh, wow, I think I've actually got this now. But you can't get there without all the practice before, where you're kind of feeling a little uncertain, inept, and that's okay. That's okay. All right. We also learned 3 other skills on Monday. We learned how to make an occupied bed. So we learned privacy blanket and linen rules. We learned how to count respirations, which looked a whole lot like pulse. And we learned how to do hand and nail care. So we learned a washing skill. Okay. So let's get into a little review before we learn what we have to learn today. So remember, in your reading, you've got all of these body systems, and they're all going to work together to keep the patient in in homeostasis, or what we call healthy. We do want to understand, though, and I do want to talk about this, because this isn't necessarily intuitive. Let's say that you break your leg. Okay. Your focus is going to be on the broken leg, because that's the part that's not working at the moment. I'm a good example of that. My knee is in really bad shape right now, so I'm focused on my knee, right? So we tend to focus on the area of injury. You know who else focuses on that? The doctors. They're going to focus on what is wrong with you at the moment. What is going on that we have to intervene? But that's actually not nursing. See, medical and nursing are actually 2 totally separate things, because nursing goes a step further. Yes, we know you have a broken leg, and we're going to do stuff about it. Doctors are going to figure out how to treat it. We're going to give you medications. We're going to do stuff about it. But there's some other things that we have to consider. It's not just about the leg. Because if you're going to heal, then we need to increase your protein and your calcium, because we got to rebuild bone here. That takes calcium. So that's going to affect your diet, right? But since you have a broken leg, you're probably not very active. So that is going to affect your digestion. So we got to give you some stuff to help get stuff moving, so we don't add another problem to the mix. And because you're not overly active, you're at risk for blood clots. And if you're sitting around a lot, you're at risk to develop urinary tract infections as well. Now, worst case scenario, if you're stuck in bed and your lungs aren't really expanding and deflating the way we need them to, all of those secretions in the lungs are going to start to harden, and we can end up with pneumonia just from being bedbound. So doctors are focused on the leg. Let's give you some pain medication, get you some PT, we'll get a cast on there. They're focused on the leg. They don't care about all that other stuff. You're here for the leg. That's what they're going to treat, and that's what their focus is. But nursing has to go beyond. We have to look at how that leg, yes, doctors are dealing with the leg. That's not my problem. We have to look at how that problem is going to affect everything else in the patient. And that's where these body systems come into play. Because if you have something that is working on the musculoskeletal system, like a broken leg, it's going to affect several other body systems too. This is like a huge neighborhood. If something goes wrong in one area of the neighborhood, it's going to affect others directly or indirectly. So we need to understand that everything is kind of intertwined. Does that make sense? Okay, because our role is nursing assistant, we need to understand this, because a big part of our job is helping the nurses. The nurses are going to figure out what other body systems are going to be affected, develop a plan. Our job is to help implement that plan. Does that make sense? So when you have, and this is like super important for you to get. So when you have a patient that you're caring for that comes in for a gallbladder removal, which is called a cholecystectomy, if they come in for a gallbladder removal and you look at the care plan, if you don't understand that, you're probably going to be thinking about things that have to do with the gallbladder removal. But most of the care plan is actually going to be about everything else. So it's important that you understand abnormals in all of these body systems, because it's probably that's what we need to look for, are signs of complications that we can report to the nurse that can be identified very quickly and treated quickly. Does that make sense? So understanding this whole body system approach, one body, will help you as you go through your nursing career. All right, so let's go through really quickly. And we did a big review on Monday, so I'm going to do a really small review today. How do we know what to do with each patient?
Care plan.
We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Every skill starts with an opening. What does every opening start with? A knock. When do you wash your hands during the opening?
Close curtain.
Okay, after you close the curtain. When do you get your supplies for a skill? After you wash your hands. Okay. When you're getting your supplies, what do you have to be careful not to do?
Touch you use them.
Okay, so don't hold them up against your clothing. Very good. Where are you going to put those supplies?
Clean surface.
On a clean surface, which is a barrier. When are you going to get the barrier?
Before you get the
Okay, so you go get the barrier, put it down, get your supplies, put those on the barrier. Okay. So with supplies, sometimes we're going to use gloves. How do we know when we're supposed to use gloves?
if it checks any of the 3 boxes.
Okay.
Gooey, bathing suit parts, or intact skin.
Right. Very good. Right. So if you're going to touch anything ooey gooey, personal skin, or non-intact skin, we need some gloves. If we're not going to touch any of those things, then you can do the skill without gloves. Just make sure you're washing your hands before and after. All right. So speaking of supplies, sometimes we need a privacy blanket. How do we know when we need one of those? Okay. So uncovered or undressed. Very good. If we're going to wash something, what doesn't go in the basin? Soap. That's right. Basins are no soap zones. And that's so that we have clean water to rinse with. So everything we wash, and everything we rinse, we dry. Okay. If we're going to get water to use on the patient, what do we need to turn the faucet on?
Paper towel.
A paper towel. And we're going to check the water. What should the water temperature be?
Tepid.
Yeah, just warm. Very good. And just because we think it's okay, may not be okay. Who else has to check it? The patient. And remember, the evaluator will probably check it as well during the test. If we're going to put lotion on, what do you have to do first? Warm up. Yep. Warm up the lotion. What do you do after? Wipe off the excess. Okay. Dirty linens, where do they go? Not on the floor. Very good. In a bag, in a basket, in a hamper. I don't care where you put it, just not on the floor. Very good. Very good. For the test, our basin cleaning is very simple. We're rinsing, drying, and storing. That's all that they care about. But the process I showed you allows for disinfection. So we're going to dump the water. We dump it where it would normally go. So if it's water, water goes in the sink. If it's urine or feces, it goes in the toilet. If it's vomit, it goes in the toilet. So where it would normally go, right? So we dump it, we rinse it, and then we set it down so that if we do need to disinfect it, we can spray it. But now that it's been disinfected, we're going to use a paper towel to pick it up because you don't want your dirty hands or dirty gloves to touch the basin. You dry the inside, dry the outside, use paper towel to open the door and store it. You're going to see that over and over and over. The process never changes. We also learned how to end every skill. And there's a lot of steps to end the skill. Remember, a third of every checklist is how we end the skill. So lots and lots of steps that count here. The first 4 C's, we don't care about the order. You can do it any way you want to. Anybody know what those 4 C's are? Clean. Yep. Call light, curtain, comfortable, clean. Doesn't matter how you do it. Get them all done. So you need to somehow in your head come up with something that works for you. Do it the same way every time so that during the test, you can go, okay, comfort, curtain, call light, clean, comfort, curtain, call light, clean, comfort, curtain, call light, clean. I did them all. Comfort, curtain, call light. Oh, I forgot clean. So you can go through each one of those steps. Doesn't matter how you want to order them. However is fine. But once you get all 4 of those things done, right? We give the patient a call light. We open the curtain, ask them if they're comfortable. We offered a magazine, which don't look too deep into that for the test, or we're not going to be passing magazines out in a clinical setting. But for the test, we're showing that we understand emotional comfort is just as important as physical. People need something to do. So we're going to ask about a magazine, ask if they're comfortable. We're going to make sure the environment's clean. Once we've done all of that, what do we need to do? Yeah, we're going to go clean our hands. Absolutely. Now, if charting is required, and remember, there's only 4 charting skills that we're doing, but if charting is required, we would do that after we clean our hands because we don't want to make the pen dirty. Remember, the pen goes in your pocket in and out of every room. So you only want to touch this with clean hands. But remember that one of the checkpoints for the test, it says end skill with clean hands. So if we document, what do we need to do? Wash our hands again. So good? You guys have a vague idea of how you're going to be tested? All of these checkpoints that I've gone over with you, that is the test. If you do these things, you will get a perfect score. But we have to think beyond the test. I don't want you to just ace the test. I want you to understand why each one of these steps is important so that when you're out there in the clinical world, you're not cutting corners and putting patients in jeopardy. If you understand why each one of these steps is required for the test, that means it's important. That means we probably should be doing it even beyond the test. Okay. So let me give you a good example. Think of your very favorite family member. Very favorite family member. Some of you, it'll be mom. Some it'll be sister. Some it might be your cousin. Some it might be your grandpa. Right? Your very favorite family member. And I want you to imagine them in a hospital setting. And you go to visit because they're your very favorite family member. You go to visit. And when you walk down the hallway, the door is wide open, the curtain is wide open, and your family member is laying there exposed and naked for the whole world to see. How are you reacting?
Because
Oh, yeah, you're going to hear from me. Absolutely. It probably won't be pleasant. And I have every right to be upset. So we need to remember that this person that we're working on is somebody's very favorite family member, and they deserve dignity and respect and competent care. And if you don't give it, someone somewhere is going to be vocal about it. And they should be. They should be. Because sometimes we get lazy. Sometimes we just, I don't want to. And sometimes we slip into bad habits. So those family members are there to kind of get us back on track. Okay. Don't be mad at them when you're not doing your job. Good? Makes sense? I had a situation a couple years ago, had a family member in the hospital. I go up to the nurse's station. Now, when I have a family member in the hospital, I try not to let people know that I'm a nurse, you know, because they immediately get a chip on their shoulder. So I try to kind of keep that quiet. Usually doesn't last long, but I try. And I go up to the nurse's station, and there's 3 people sitting there. And one of them is on their phone, clearly not doing work-related things. One is on a actual phone, you know, doing work-related stuff. And one person is charting. So 3 people sitting there, 2 doing work-related stuff that takes some attention, 1 person on a personal device. And I waited a few minutes, and I waited. And I clear my throat, which is a polite hello. Nothing happens. So I said, "Excuse me." Still nothing. So now I'm getting a little upset. So I angled myself where I could see the person on their phone. And I said, "I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I need your attention." And I'm not real nice about it because I've given all the clues that I need some help here. And she looks up with a clear look of disgust on her face. And she says, "I'm just the CNA. You have to wait for a nurse." Well, you don't even know what I'm asking. And I said, "Okay." So now I'm waiting for the nurse, and the one that's charting sighs very loudly, puts her pen down, and looks at me and says, "What do you need?" I need a new caregiving team. That's what I need, because this is not going to work for me. Absolutely not. We have to remember when we are working in a clinical setting that we are there only for the patients. That is our job. If you remove the patients from the equation, what is your job? You don't have one. So sometimes in healthcare, we forget that. We think that the charting that we're doing is the most important thing, or the phone call that we're on is the most important thing. Well, without the patient, there is no charting, there is no phone call, there is no nothing. And the real problem was that my family member was having a medical issue that needed assessment right away. And I couldn't get anybody. That's very frustrating. So now I've definitely got to let these people know that I'm a nurse, and I'm going to go to the shift supervisor, and I'm going to go to the assistant DON, and I'm going to go to the DON if I have to make sure that my family member is getting the care they need, because I cannot trust the people that are responsible to do that. So when you're in your day-to-day work, remember that it's not about us. It's always about the patient, always. We have enough of those caregivers out there. We have way too many of those caregivers out there. We can do better than that. That's why I started this. Anybody can train you to change position to supported side lying. I mean, this is not a hard skill. Anybody can train you to count respirations. Anybody can train you to make an occupied bed. These are not hard skills at all. but without the human aspect of it, they're just skills. This right here does not make you a nursing assistant. We have to make sure that we're focusing on the humanity of what we do as much as the technical aspects. And that's why I started this, because it's a whole lot more important than just learning skills. You can go onto my YouTube channel. You can watch all these videos for free. They're all there. But you're not going to get this part, the part that makes you a good CNA. And that's why I live stream, because we need good CNAs out there. And the industry, unfortunately, is degrading day by day. So we've got to do a better job of this. So please don't forget what I'm teaching you when you get out there to go to work. All right. So today we have 4 skills to learn. We're going to learn supported side lying. That's number 1. That's the first thing here. We're going to learn foot care, which is a washing skill. So it's hand and nail care, just lower on the floor. Getting up off the floor, hardest part of the skill. Assisting, yeah, I'm going to show you the video for that one because my knee is not getting me up and down. Sorry, guys. We're going to learn how to assist a patient with a bedpan. And believe it or not, the most important step for that one has nothing to do with the bedpan. It's a little bit surprising, but as soon as I show it to you, you're going to go, oh, well, yeah, duh. But it's not something that you'll think about unless it's brought to your attention. So stay tuned for bedpan. And then we're going to learn our first range of motion. Now, range of motion is kind of a fun skill. It's just exercise. We're helping the patient exercise. Range of motion, we're actually going to learn 3 of them in this class. We're going to learn 1 today. We're going to learn 1 next week and 1 on the last week. They're all done the same way. You just follow the recipe. You follow the care plan. They're done pretty similarly, but I need to explain to you why we're doing them because it's probably not the reason you think. Right? So we're going to get into that too. And then at the end of class today, we're going to go over the CNA test registration packet. I'm going to explain to you the steps to register. We're going to go through what's important on the registration packet, how to submit it. We'll talk about the background check, the timeline. All of that's going to be covered at the end of class today. So we've got a long way to go, a lot of material to cover. So right now, I want you to turn to page 98 in your skills book. So our care plan at the top of the page tells us to position the resident on his left side. Patient requires support to remain on his side and is unable to assist with turning. Now, in a perfect world, your patient would be able to turn over all day long, all by themselves. That would be awesome, but this patient can't. So we need to talk a little bit about what happens if a patient is unable to move on their own. What are their possible risks that could happen to them, and what do we need to avoid? We also need to learn how to physically turn somebody that can't help without injuring them or us. Now, what's interesting is with the right technique, you can turn somebody 3 times your body size with no stress on them or you. But you got to learn how to position them properly for the turn so that the turn itself becomes easy. Okay, so we're going to get into that. But the first thing I want to talk to you about is side rails. Turn to page 94 in your book. Bring this over here and have a seat. All right, so we need to understand a new principle. This is called scoot and roll. You're not going to have side rails in all settings. In fact, you're going to have side rails in very, very few settings. If you go into a hospital, okay, hold on. I got to go over to my other bed here. If you go to the hospital, you will see hospital beds like what we have over here. Oops. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Let me get set up. So I need to explain to you what a side rail is and what it isn't. I'm going to get right behind you real quick here. Aha, now we're moving. Okay. So this is a hospital type bed, what you see on the screen. And we have these side rails here. These are the ones that most people are familiar with. These actually are not considered side rails. They're considered positioning rails. They have handholds that let people grab on and they can boost themselves up in bed, or they can roll over, or, you know, they help with the patient's ability to position themselves in bed, but it doesn't restrict their ability to get out. It's still wide open down here. Now, if I raise these rails, now this is a side rail because we've impeded the patient's ability to get out of bed. We've restricted their movement. Does that make sense? So this is a positioning rail, no problem. This is a side rail, big problem. Most hospitals don't even have these rails on the bed. They won't be there at all. In fact, if we get an order for side rails, we usually have to have maintenance come put these on for us. They won't be there. And there's a very important legal reason for that. Now, these beds here, this is more of a long-term care bed here, and this is what you see in your book. These would have long metal bars that go along the entire length of the bed. And when that bar is raised, it impedes the patient's ability to get out. So a side rail is designed specifically to limit the patient's freedom of movement. So at what age, I want you to think about this for a second. At what age are you willing to give a complete stranger control over your body? At what age? Anybody? No? You mean I can't tie you to that chair right now? Well, you're in my class. Doesn't that give me the ability to do that? No?
Gives you the ability. I mean, you can.
You think you would sit still for that?
So you can try.
You can try. There it is, right there. You can try. Yeah. Yeah, try. Go ahead. Try me. How do you think I'm going to react if somebody tries to limit my freedom of movement? Okay. So keep that in mind. Okay. When we put side rails up in the bed, what we're doing is imprisoning the patient against their will. That's important. We don't have the right to do that. If you remember, I said there's only 3 people that can temporarily, well, 2 people that can temporarily interfere with your rights of self-determination, and 1 person that can make it permanent. So law enforcement can restrain you temporarily. Doctors can restrain you temporarily, but to make it go any longer than that, it requires a judge. That's how serious this is. This is not just like a decision that a CNA can make. Patients at risk, you know, I don't want them to fall. I'm going to put the side rails up to keep them safe. We're going to talk about that in a minute. That's not a decision a CNA can make. So if we need side rails for a patient, it has to be ordered by the doctor. Now there's a condition there. If a doctor gives us the order to put side rails on a bed to keep a patient safe or whatever the reason is, the doctor has to physically come in and look at that patient within 4 hours of giving us the order. So you call a doctor at midnight and say, hey, I need a order for restraints or side rails. That doctor's going to tell you no, because they don't want to get up out of bed and come in and physically look at the patient in the next 4 hours. So we've got to be a little more creative. Restraints or side rails are not a one size fits all solution. And yet they used to be. They used to be. Prior to the 1980s, if you went into any nursing home in the country, most of their patients were tied to the bed. Most people were tied down. That's horrible. That is absolutely criminal. I mean, at least people on death row get outside once a day. And yet we treat our elderly way worse than we treat criminals. And somewhere along the line, somebody said, hold up, wait a minute. Why are we treating elderly worse than the worst criminals among us? Getting old is not a crime. So we had to come up with a different solution. And one of the things that they decided is people have the right to move about independently. And we don't have the right to take that away just because we think they shouldn't. Does that make sense? That's a problem. So we can't use side rails the way we used to. It just isn't going to work. So in order to get side rails on a bed, we have to have a doctor's order. They are considered a restraint. Now, even more importantly than that, side rails are super dangerous. Because if I put you in this bed and put side rails up and you have to get up and go pee, you're probably not going to pee the bed. That's a dignity issue. You're going to figure out a way to get around those side rails. You're going to go over them. You're going to go under them. You're going to go around them. You might even try to go through them. I don't know. But they now have become dangerous because if you fall way further and over an obstacle. So something might get stuck in that side rail on your way down. Side rails are responsible for thousands of injuries and deaths. They're not safe. But I know some of you right now, your little wheels are turning and you're thinking, well, wait a minute, how can I keep patients safe, especially if they're weak? We don't want people to fall. What if they fall and get injured? Well, I'm old enough that I remember, right, when this transition happened. And it took a long time for nurses to get it through their heads that we don't have the right to restrain everybody that we want to restrain. And trust me, there are some people I would like to restrain now and then that I can't because they have the right to self-determination. I don't have the right to intrude on that. But it took us a while to kind of get our heads wrapped around this whole concept, especially when it comes to weak patients. Because we're afraid, oh my gosh, if we don't have side rails and Sally gets up out of bed and walks to the bathroom and she's super weak, a little dizzy, unsteady on her feet, what if she falls? I don't want her to get injured because of a fall. And we rationalize this in our own minds, right? But let me ask you this. What do you think happens to Sally if we put side rails up and keep her in bed? Did that do anything to make her stronger? Did that do anything to improve her mobility? So the very act of keeping her safe actually caused her decline. And especially in an elderly person, You put an elderly person in a bed for 3 days and don't let them out, and you can make them bedbound for the rest of their lives. That's all it takes. That's a horrible death sentence. And it's horrible that anybody has, access to be able to do that to someone. So we've got to be really careful here. We can't just assume that our solution, side rails, is the right solution. Make sense? Okay. So because of the new law, and because we can't trust you to do the right thing, they've actually taken the side rails out of most settings. They aren't even there. Because you'll talk yourselves into a whole bunch of reasons why you need them. There was a case not too long ago. Well, I don't know, maybe about 8 or 9 years ago now, where in a nursing home, the afternoon shift, I couldn't believe they did this. They gave every single patient in the facility Benadryl, put them all in bed, put the side rails up to give them an easy shift. And they were caught playing poker in the break room, or card game. I don't know what card game, but they were caught playing cards in the break room. They drugged their patients. They restrained their patients. And they thought they were just going to have an easy shift. How do you think the families felt about that? That just doesn't sit well, right? So because we can't trust that you guys are going to do the right things when nobody's looking, they took the side rails away. In order to get them now, you have to have a doctor's order, and they'll physically have to be attached to the bed by somebody else. And then there's some rules that we have to follow. Like we have to go check on these people every 15 minutes to make sure that they aren't injuring themselves. We have to let them out every 2 hours to be able to stretch and move and eat and toilet and whatever else they need to do. It's not just shove them in a bed, put side rails up, and forget they exist. There's some rules here we have to follow. So we're not going to have side rails in all settings. We have to understand that side rails are considered a restraint. That's going to be a test question. This topic is so important. It's going to be on the written test in a couple of different ways. But if we do have a patient who is stuck in bed for whatever reason, and we're going to have to change their position often, and I'll explain that in a minute, we have to have a very specific way to do that. And that's called scoot and roll. So if, just like we had you in the bed on Monday, when you turned, you actually shifted your body. Well, if we have a patient that can't do that on their own, we're going to do it in 2 steps where she did it in 1. We're going to scoot the whole patient toward us and then roll them away from us. And we're going to remain behind the patient's behind. But the whole goal here is that the patient is always in the middle of the bed, whether they're on their back or on their side, they're in the middle of the bed. Because side rails weren't designed to keep a patient safe if they're like right up next to the side rail. They're not there as a barrier to prevent the patient from falling. That's not what their job is. So you have to make sure the patient's in the middle of the bed. Side rails are not your safety mechanism. Does that make sense? Patients have to be in the middle of the bed. So let me explain to you a little bit about side rails. When you have a baby and you have a baby in a crib, they're safe. We're keeping them corralled. They're safe. But the minute that baby tries to get out, we have to put them, you have to get rid of the crib, because you can't convince a baby not to crawl over the side of the crib. Once they learn how, it's on. So what we've done now is created a further fall for them. So this is no longer safe. That's exactly what we do here. Just like a crib is designed to keep a baby corralled, side rails are designed to keep an adult corralled. And just like the baby will go over, so will the patient. So it increases the risk of injury. Now, positioning rails, like I said, are half rails. On a bed like this, you may see it like this, where you have rails at the top and rails at the bottom, or it could be one long line. But ones at the top, those are okay. We're allowed to use those. They're not considered restraints. But where is it? But the minute you put these up, they are. So let me explain to you why this is important when a patient is immobile, why we have to change their position. So in order to understand this, I need you to take one hand and put it underneath you and sit on it. And we're going to sit on it for 2 minutes. I'll let you know when you can take it out. You're going to want to take it out beforehand. Don't play along, please. But I'm going to explain to you why. So we have several layers that make up our body. Okay, you've got bone, you've got muscle, you've got fat, you've got skin, and in there you have blood vessels. Now, on planet Earth, we have gravity. So gravity is trying to pull my body down through the lowest point. Like, so my whole body weight, when I'm standing up, my whole body weight is compressing my feet. And that's why we get kind of fidgety and you kind of go back and forth from foot to foot. Right now, when I'm sitting, gravity is trying to pull my whole body weight down through my butt, right? And that's why we get fidgety when we sit and we stretch and we move and we fidget, because that's a lot of pressure over one area. Now, can you imagine how uncomfortable it would get if you couldn't fidget? Now, the reason that you fidget, though, there's a physiological reason. Because remember I said you've got bone, muscle, fat, and skin, right? Bone, muscle, fat, and skin. And in there are blood vessels. Well, as pressure is pushing down, those blood vessels are collapsing. What do you think happens to an area of your body that doesn't get good blood flow? Okay, it goes numb. What do you think long-term happens?
Everything compresses, it gets thinner.
Okay. What happens when you don't get blood to an area? It dies. Super important. So we have gravity pulling our body weight down. You got blood vessels that are getting compressed, and the muscles, skin, fat, all the areas that those blood vessels are feeding starts to go, hey, dude, I need some food. Give me some blood. And your body fidgets. It moves. It stretches, it shifts, it does things. The whole reason for that is because you got 30 more seconds, guys. The whole reason for that is because your blood vessels need to open up to feed the area. If it doesn't, if you can't fidget, if you can't shift, if you can't move to allow those blood vessels to open up, eventually those areas will die. And that's bad. So take your hand out and I want you to look closely at it. Do you see color changes? Look really closely. Can you see the pattern of the chair or the pattern of your scrubs, like wrinkles from your scrubs? Can you guys see that? That was 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. And you already have changes in your skin. What would happen, do you think, if you left your hand there for hours and hours? Those wrinkles that formed in 2 minutes, those creases in your skin formed in 2 minutes, they're just going to get deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And eventually they're going to cut into the skin. That is how a bed sore is formed. So when we have a patient who is unable to move on their own, if they're immobile and they can't fidget or stretch or roll or move, our job is going to be to move them for them to allow those areas of compression to change locations. Does that make sense? Good. This is a super important task for a CNA. And unfortunately, it's one that gets missed a lot. I told you I'm plugged into CNA groups online. Well, one that showed up this week, and this one really upset me. Somebody posted that they really liked the nurse that they worked with on overnights because the nurse was really cool and said that it was okay if they skipped their check and change every 2 hours overnight. That way the patients could rest, could sleep. And the CNA was really happy because the nurse was cool, said, no, let the patient sleep. It made the CNA's job way easier. Life was great, right? Sounds good. Sounds okay. Until you start to think about the effects on the skin. So 2 minutes, you've got wrinkles. What do you think happens over 6 hours? Those wrinkles are eventually going to deprive the muscle, the fat, the skin, and quite possibly the bone from necessary blood flow. So do you think this nurse is a good nurse? Is it a cool nurse? So I really wanted to get on there and explain why, but I didn't. So we have to be careful here and understand just how important this is. When you're responsible for changing a patient's position when they can't move on their own, this needs to be top of your list, not bottom if I get to it. Because quite honestly, if bed sores happen, nothing else matters. The patient's not going to recover very well. And it's the one thing that we can prevent. They can be prevented. So your care plan will usually ask you to change a patient's position every 2 hours around the clock. That means we're waking them up at 2 a.m. and at 4 a.m. and at 6 a.m. Now, if I have a patient that's particularly at risk, then I may have a position change every hour to try to reduce those areas. So if my patient has very poor protein intake, if they have a wound, if they are incontinent and they're wet all the time, because urine has acid, acid eats the skin. And when you have a lot of pressure on an area of skin that's impaired, we're going to get bed sores. So there's a lot of reasons why I would have turn and reposition patients on a care plan. Your job is to make sure that you are adhering to that 100%. That's your number one job. Good. A lot of CNAs will push this down to the bottom of the list. So I've got to feed my patients first. I've got to get the people out of bed that can't get out of bed. I got to do, take my patients to therapy. And changing position gets further and further and further down on the list. Those are your patients that are going to have problems. Good. Questions? Really important, guys. Really important. So we need to understand a couple things about side rails. Number one, patients are not prisoners. We have to have a doctor's order. We don't get to decide. Number two, if a patient can't move on their own, we are going to be moving them. And number three, the frequency is going to depend on the care plan, but standard is every 2 hours around the clock. Failure to adhere to that will cause serious consequences in the patient. Okay. Some of these, I've worked in a lot of different settings, and one of them was I was a hospice case manager for 5 years, and we would get patients that had been in the hospital for an extended period. Maybe they'd had a stroke or something catastrophic happen, and they'd eventually get discharged either home or to the hospice house or to a rehab or a long-term care, but they would get discharged and they would have horrible bed sores. And it always made me super sad because this is the one thing that we can prevent. I can prevent this. We just got to turn the patient often. And it would be really, really sad because these are horrifically painful. So you've got somebody who's trying to come to terms with the fact that they're dying. That's enough on its own. Okay. That's like a full-time job, just trying to come to terms with the fact that your life is going to end. That's a big deal. And then you've got to come to terms with the symptoms that you're having related to whatever's killing you. That's a big deal. Now, add to that unrelenting pain that you can't get away from because some Yahoo did not turn you like they were supposed to. That's criminal. That's horrible. We have to do better than that. Okay. So if you're working in the hospital, pay attention to this. And the hospitals are the worst. They are the worst at this. I thought long-term care was bad. Hospitals are the worst. So if you go to work at a hospital, do your turns. Super important. Okay. So remember, it's every 2 hours around the clock. And when we do this, when we turn a patient, we're going to use what we call the turning clock. You can actually make this if you don't have one of these in your clinical setting, wherever you're working and you've got a patient you've got to turn, you can make one of these and put it on the wall. That way everybody's following the same schedule. But we start out on our back. 2 hours later, right side. 2 hours later, back to the back. 2 hours later, left side. 2 hours later, back to the back. So right, back, left, back, right, back, left, back. And you can see here, if you've got a turning clock and you have it on the wall, you know, okay, at 1 o'clock, they really should be on their right side. This is where they should be. So it's a way for you to see very quickly if the patient's in the right position. You can make these, it's okay. But if you notice, nowhere on there does it say stomach. We don't put immobile patients on their stomach unless the care plan specifically tells us to. Because a lot of times when you put somebody on their stomach, if they don't have the muscle strength or the nerve innervation to lift themselves off of their chest cavity so their lungs can expand, you can suffocate a patient. So we've got to be very careful. Now, some care plans will tell you to put the patient on their tummy. And that's okay. Follow your care plan. COVID, we found out, interestingly enough, when COVID got really bad at the very beginning, we found that patients did better when they were laying on their stomach. So that's going to be in a care plan somewhere if you're dealing with COVID patients, to put them prone or on their stomach. But if I've got a patient who has ALS, I don't want them on their stomach because the whole point is their muscles don't get the signal from the brain, so they're not going to expand, and we can do very, very serious harm. So we always follow that care plan. So to position a patient properly for turning, remember I said you can turn somebody 3 times your own body weight if you position them properly. This is the right way to position. So if I'm going to turn the patient on their left side, like this care plan says, I am going to be standing on the patient's right, because remember, we always, after the turn, we are behind, they're behind. So I'm always going to turn them away from me. So I'm going to scoot their whole body toward me. Now I might use a draw sheet for this, like a sling, pull them toward me. I might move them in segments, their head and shoulders, their torso, their hips, their legs. I might get somebody else to help, whatever the care plan tells me to do. In some cases, I might just ask them, hey, can you scoot your body toward me? And that's what we're allowed to do for the test. Can you scoot toward me? It says they can't turn on their own. It doesn't say they can't move. So we are going to, once we get them close to the side of the bed, we are going to move their extremities and get them all set up for the turn. So the furthest arm, so my body is here, right? This is the patient. My body is here. The furthest arm goes up above the head. The closest arm crosses the chest. So they look like this. The closest knee gets bent with a foot flat on the bed. The furthest knee gets bent and angled out. So this is how the patient looks. Now, if you get these extremities in the right position like this, they're half on their side, and it's super easy to just roll their torso toward the middle of the bed. You can easily move somebody way bigger than you if you get them set up properly. Because what I'm doing is I'm pushing all of the extremity weight on to the side before I get to the torso. Good? This is pretty cool. So these are the important things that we need to remember for this particular skill. We're going to ask the patient to scoot toward us. We're going to put the farthest arm up, closest arm crosses the chest, closest knee is bent and put on the bed, furthest knee is angled out. Roll the patient to the middle of the bed, and then we're going to use 3 pillows to keep them in this position. One's going behind the back, one's going between the legs, specifically between the knees and the ankles, and the third pillow will go under the top arm. That keeps that arm in a neutral position. And then we're going to adjust the pillow under the head. So these are our steps. These are the checkpoints that we're being graded on. Okay. No, we're not going to go there yet. All right. So any questions on that? Does this make sense? Yeah. Okay. I am going to have a privacy blanket. All right, I'm going to show you the video for this one because I don't have a privacy blanket. It's in the trunk of my car. I've got to bring them in and fold them. So let me show you the video for this because it does have really good close-ups, and I think that's going to be important. Remember, you can always watch these videos on your own as well. And the reason I like this one is it's got a good close-up of those pillow placements. And the pillows really are kind of the hard part of this skill.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. Let me turn you onto your left side. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, for gathering your supplies, we'll start with a barrier, which I'll place on a table to provide a clean area to place my supplies. And I'll get 3 pillows from clean supply cabinet, being careful not to allow them to touch my uniform. Mr. Jones, I'm going to place this blanket over you, and this will help keep you warm and protect your privacy while we do this step. Once I have the blanket in place, then I'll pull the sheet down underneath the blanket, making sure the patient remains covered at all times.
Okay, Mr. Jones, if I can have you scoot toward me, please. I'm gonna place your furthest arm above your head and cross your closest arm over your chest. I'm going to bend the closest knee and put the foot flat on the bed. And I'm gonna angle the furthest knee out a little bit. And now I'm going to turn you onto this side. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna take the first pillow and put it in an angle up against the back, and I'm gonna tuck this top edge underneath the patient by pushing down on the pillow and under his back. This edge will roll up, and then it too will be pushed down and under, forming a roll along the back. Okay, now I'm going to position a pillow between the two legs by lifting the top leg and laying the pillow lengthwise between the two legs, specifically between the knees and the ankles, to prevent those bony areas from rubbing together. This pillow is going to be placed underneath the upper arm. This will help keep the arm in a neutral position as the patient remains on their side. And then I'm going to adjust the pillow underneath the head to make sure that it's not under the shoulder, and it remains only under the head and the neck. And then move the arm to a more comfortable position. Is that comfortable, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to place the spotlight directly in your hand. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Can I get you anything else while I'm here?
No.
Okay, let me pull your sheet up. And remove the privacy blanket. Be careful not to dislodge all of those pillows as I do that. I'll roll the privacy blanket up and place it in your leg. Barrier will be thrown away. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to open your privacy curtain now. Is there anything else I can get to you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'll see you soon. Let me go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review all the steps to my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done.
All right, any questions on that? I like that video because it shows really good close-ups of the pillow placement. The pillow behind the back, I'm going to tell you, is not as easy as I make it look. You're going to have to practice this one. And practice becomes important for all of the skills. Like I said on the first day, it's really easy for you guys to sit over there, watch me do something and think, oh, I've got that. That's an easy one. It's not as easy as I make it look. Remember, I've got a million years of experience here. You really do need to make sure you're practicing every single skill before you get to the test. Now, next week in class, we're actually going to have practice time built in as we go. Not today, because we have to do the state application for the test, but starting next week, you'll have a little bit of practice time at the end of each class. As the classes go from here, you'll get more and more practice time at the end of each one. But you need to make sure you're practicing. If you're not practicing here, make sure you're practicing somewhere. Okay. So let's go, if you don't have any questions on sideline position, let's go to page 84 of your book. Okay, lots of comments on YouTube today. I'll get to all of them in just a little bit. All right, guys. So this care plan at the top of page 84 tells us to provide foot care to 1 foot using soap and water. The resident is sitting in a chair. Their sock and shoe should be replaced at the end of the skill. Now I'm going to explain to you why that's on the care plan. You're actually not going to see that on care plans in a clinical setting. Remember for the test that you will be a patient for a lot of these skills. Some of them will be on the mannequin, but very few. Most skills are going to be done on another testing student, which would be you. You probably don't have a pair of clean socks in your pocket today, do you? You won't for the test either. So because you don't have clean socks available for you, the care plan for the test is going to tell you just to replace the sock and shoe at the end of the skill. In a clinical setting, clean feet deserve clean socks. So we'll put a new pair on. Does that make sense? But because this is going to be done on another testing student in the testing center without your own personal supplies, I've got to make a few concessions here. So this care plan specifically says the sock and shoe should be replaced at the end of the skill. This skill is just like hand and nail care. So with hand and nail care, we had to support the arm and wrist as we moved it. This time we're going to support the foot. We had to soak the hand in water. This time we're going to soak the foot in water. We're going to wash. For hand and nail care, we washed, rinsed, and dried. For foot care, we're going to wash, rinse, and dry. For hand care, we place the hand on the towel. For foot care, we're going to place the foot on the towel. For hand care, though, this is where we kind of get some differences. Okay, so up until now, everything is exactly the same. We're just doing it a little lower. Hand care, we actually cleaned under the nails. We're not going to do that for foot care. Hand care, we filed the nails in one direction. We're not going to do that for foot care. For hand care, we did put lotion on, and we're going to do that for foot care as well, but we're not going to lotion between the toes. And that's because lotion holds in moisture. Toes are usually in socks and shoes, so you end up with warm, dark, moist, which can lead to an athlete's foot or fungal infection. We don't want any bare feet on the floor. Well, that just makes sense. So this time we're going to put the barrier on the floor, not on the table. We want to inspect all surfaces. This is the most important step. We're going to get to that in just a second. We'll replace the sock, making sure to remove the wrinkles, because we know that wrinkles contribute to bed sores or sores of any kind. And we'll apply and secure the shoe over the sock. But this step right here, inspect all surfaces for wounds, rashes, sores, red areas, whatever. That is what this skill is all about. And that's because feet are usually hidden. They're usually in socks and shoes. And if I'm a nurse walking down a hallway, I can't look at people's feet and see if there's a problem. So I rely on the CNAs who's getting the patients dressed, bathing them, dressing them, grooming, all that kind of stuff. I rely on you guys to look at their feet every day and let me know if there's a problem. And that's what we used to tell CNAs. Hey, make sure you're looking at feet every day and just let me know if there's a problem. And the CNAs did something like this. Man, that nurse, she thinks I've got nothing to do. She says I got to look at your feet every day. I don't know why. Yeah, you've got feet. I mean, who cares? Sure, you've got. And then they go off, and that didn't help me a bit. You're not there just to verify that the feet are still in place. You're there to see, is there anything there that's missed, that's a problem or could become a problem? And that's what this skill is all about. Because we couldn't rely on you to do what we asked you to do, we created a skill. Because we figured if you soak the foot, wash the foot, rinse the foot, dried the foot, and lotion the foot, somewhere in there, you might actually look at the foot. So for the test, you're not being graded on washing, rinse. They don't care about all that. That is an excuse for you to be able to do this step right. Say something out loud that lets the evaluator know that you understand why you're doing this. I'm looking at the foot. I don't see any skin issues with the foot. No red areas noted. I don't care how you say it, but just let those evaluators know that you understand inspection is a part of this skill. Just looking at it isn't going to be enough. You need to say something. Does that make sense? Okay. Remember, we're not doing this to clean the foot. Cleaning the foot, that's nice. It's a byproduct. It's the reason that we are able to look at it, but that's not the main point. Good. But you already know how to do this. You already know how to do this. We've learned the opening. Well, go back a step. We know to follow the care plan. We've learned the opening. We know how to use a barrier. We know to evaluate glove use. And because we don't know if there's an open area, we need gloves for this one because there's an unknown. Remember I said our 3 questions, ooey gooey, personal skin, and non-intact skin. If the answer is maybe, we need gloves. This is a maybe. That's the whole reason we're there. We don't know. So we're going to wear some gloves there. We know our washing rules. We know linen rules. Don't hold them against us. We know basin cleaning rules. I mean, there's nothing here to learn. You know how to do this skill. I'm going to show you, but you know how to do this skill. Okay. It's hand and nail care, just a little bit lower. But yes, getting off the floor is the hardest part. I really wish that they, in the clinical or in the testing centers, they would have those little rolling stools, you know, for pedicures and stuff. I really wish they would have those, but because they're not used in the clinical settings that often, they're not in the testing centers either. But man, that would make it a whole lot easier. So we need to learn another principle now, and this is shoe rules. And the reason that we have to learn this is because it explains why we're looking at the foot. So some of these aren't going to apply to today's skill. Some of them will apply to a couple skills that we have coming up. But just real quickly, if the patient's feet hit the floor, we have to talk about their shoes because slipper socks are not enough. How many guys have ever gone to a hospital, been a patient in a hospital? Anybody? When you go to a hospital, they give you a gown to put on and slipper socks. And you get rid of everything else. You're going to put this gown and slipper socks on. It's like the uniform that you have, patient uniform. And we're kind of used to them, right? So when you guys were patients in the hospital, did you get out of bed at all to go to the bathroom? Did you get out of bed to walk in the hallway? If you were at our local hospital down the road, there's a Subway in the lobby. Anybody go to the Subway? Yeah, every time I go to the hospital, there's always patients and patient gowns in the Subway line. Always. So when we are a patient at the hospital, we got a little gown on, we got our slipper socks on, and we're still mobile. We still go places and do things. So let's think about that for just a second. Is it possible that that journey that I'm taking might have my feet encountering foreign objects on the floor? Sure. More importantly, let's think about this. Let's say that this morning I went and had my gallbladder taken out because I had gallstones, and it's an outpatient procedure, which means I go in the morning. They do this little robotic surgery. I got 4 little incisions covered by Band-Aids at the end of the day, and I'm supposed to go home and recover. They don't keep you in the hospital overnight much anymore. So the surgery went fine. I went into recovery. It went fine. And at the time that I'm supposed to go home, my blood pressure is still high. And the doctor's like, I'm not comfortable sending you home. We're going to put you in the hospital overnight for observation. And I'm like, I don't really have a choice here. So I go to the hospital. I'm in my patient gown with my little slipper socks on. And this is the room. They put me in that bed over there. This is my roommate. Now, my roommate just had a hip replacement. I don't get to pick my roommate, right? There's no matching process. It's empty bed. That's yours, right? So this is my roommate. And she had a hip replacement surgery a couple of days ago, and she developed an infection. So now she's stuck in bed. Physical therapy isn't working on her until the infection gets under control. They got her on IV antibiotics, the whole 9 yards. And unfortunately, there's a side effect for IV antibiotics a lot of times, especially the really powerful ones, and it causes diarrhea. So she's stuck in bed with diarrhea. Not a good situation. And the CNAs come in and they change the sheets, and there's no hamper in the room. So they throw the sheets on the floor. And they, clean her up every couple hours. They do a pretty good job. And I get assigned to that bed. So I climb in bed. I watch TV. Nothing to do. Eventually I have to pee. So I get out of bed with my little slipper socks on, and I walk to the bathroom, do what I got to do. And I walk back to my bed, and I get back into bed. But where I had to walk is where the sheets were. So now what is all over my socks? Yeah, gunk, lots of pathogens. Yeah. So I get back into bed with those slipper socks on and the pathogens that they picked up for the ride. Now, as my legs move in bed, and I'm a pretty restless sleeper, right? My legs are moving all over the place. Those pathogens move closer and closer up as they get distributed on the sheets. And I have 4 very wonderful, warm, dark, moist, new places for them to scope out. Those little incisions that were for the robot, they're just covered by a Band-Aid. There's a gap. So those pathogens have easy access to the inside of me. Remember I said our cardinal rule is don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours, right? Well, the staff didn't bring me pathogens. I picked them up in my travels. Do you think that's safe? Those slipper socks should not be worn alone when the patient is walking. The other problem is there's a chance, because she's on IV antibiotics, there's a chance that those needles maybe fell on the floor and my feet could come into contact with them. So my rule is, if I have a floor that I would not let my granddaughter walk around on barefoot, my patients probably don't need to be walking around on with slipper socks. Does that make sense? So if I'm afraid that something bad might happen or that she might pick something up, then I need to keep my patients just as safe as I keep my granddaughter. So slipper socks are not enough. We actually need shoes to walk around. Now, most people, the majority of patients, have shoes right there with them. You just have to get into their closet or ask them where, or look under the bed. But for the most part, patients take shoes with them to the healthcare setting. And if not, if a patient came in without shoes, all we have to do is let the nurse know, hey, this patient has no shoes. And that's a problem the nurse can solve. Because the nurse can call the family and say, hey, bring Harvey's shoes down. Or the nurse can call the facility that the patient came from and say, hey, I don't have any shoes for Mabel. And they'll make sure that we get what we need. If for some reason the patient has no shoes, it happens, then the nurse can get a hold of the social worker and say, hey, we've got somebody here without shoes. And the social worker can help source a pair of shoes for that individual. Does that make sense? But we need to know there's a problem. How do we know there's a problem? You let us know there's one, and then we'll solve it. So our rule here is if a patient's feet hit the floor, we got to talk about their shoes. We have to mention something about it. slipper socks are not enough. Now, the rest of this, we're going to get into a little bit later. We have a couple skills that's going to cover the rest of this. So we're only today learning the first 2 points here. We're going to get into the rest of that a little bit later. But let me explain to you why. I want to talk to you about diabetes. This is the real reason why foot care exists. Because a lot of times patients with diabetes will have wounds on their feet and not even realize that they're there. So I'm going to tell you a little story about this. Years and years and years ago, I was working as an agency nurse. They're substitute nurses. You know, like in high school, when you went to class and your main teacher wasn't there, they had to call in a sub. Well, agency nurses are substitute nurses. So when the main nurse that works at that facility can't show up or isn't there, or they don't have one, they call in agency nurses or subs. So I don't know these patients. I have no idea who they are. I'm just there to fill a spot. So I go into this one facility. It was a rehab. Well, it was what we call a combination facility. So one wing of it was rehab, short-term stays, people getting physical therapy, occupational therapy. The other 2 wings were long-term care. So this is where patients are staying indefinitely. Some on the rehab side. And I get my report and I'm going around seeing patients and giving pills, doing my assessments, that type of thing. And I walked into a patient's room, and as I walk in, it was dark. He just had that one small strip light right above the bed on. The rest of the room was dark. So as I walk in, I flip the light on and I said, "Hey, Henry, my name is Patty. I'm your nurse today. And I need to," and before I could even get anything else out, he starts yelling, "Turn it off, turn the light off, turn it off." Okay. So I turn the light off and I come to the bed and I say, "Can I ask why you don't want the light on? Do you have a headache? Are you nauseous? What's going on?" There's a story there, right? So there's a reason he doesn't want the light on. My job is to figure out what that reason is. He says, "No, I have diabetic retinopathy and the light really hurts my eyes. Bright lights really hurt my eyes. So I don't like the main lights on in the room." Okay. So I am doing my assessment. I'm talking to him. I'm giving him his pills and all that. And as I'm standing there, I catch a whiff, an odor. Now, if you've ever smelled a wound, they're very specific odors. So as I'm talking to him, I pull my report sheet out and I'm looking at it and I don't see anything on there about wounds, wound care orders, nothing. Okay. So I asked him, "Hey, Henry, I need to do a quick assessment. Do you mind if I take a look?" And he starts to give me a little bit of a hard time. And I said, "I think you might have a wound brewing somewhere. I really need to take a quick peek." He finally says, "Do what you got to do." And he turns over. I look at all the usual suspects: the tips of the ears, the back of the head, the shoulder blades, the lower back or coccyx area, the hips, the buttocks, get down to the back of his thighs, the back of his calves. And I'm not seeing a whole lot. The skin was dry, could use some lotion, but overall not in bad shape. And I get to his feet and he's got those slipper socks on. And I said, "Henry, I got to take your socks off." And he says, "No." Okay. What's going on here? So why don't you want me to take your socks off? He says, "Because I have neuropathy and it really hurts when you touch my feet. I don't like anybody touching my feet. Leave my feet alone." Well, now I know where my wound is. And there's lots of clues here. Number one, it's the last place. But number 2, if he's telling me no, what do you think he told the CNAs? If he's telling me I don't like anybody to touch my feet, what did he tell the CNAs? So we have no idea how long this guy has gone with nobody looking at his feet. No idea. Remember, he's got diabetic retinopathy and diabetic neuropathy, so I know he is diabetic. So these clues are all rattling around my brain, and I realize I got to sweet talk this guy because I got to get those socks off and see what I'm dealing with. That's where my wound must be. So I did. I really turned up the charm because you can always get further with patients by being nice than being mean. So I turned up the charm and I convinced him to finally let me take his socks off. And I took the right sock off, no problem. Foot was flaky, but not in bad shape. I tried to take the left sock off and it was stuck to the bottom of his foot. Found it. So I go get a basin of warm salt water. We call it normal saline. I just warmed it up, put the whole foot in there, sock and all, because I've got to loosen it up so I can get the sock off to see what I'm dealing with. And about 10 minutes later, I go back in, get my gloves on, and I'm taking the sock off. And as I do, I mean, it's really kind of stuck to the bottom of his foot, and I have to give a little bit of pressure to get it to kind of break free. And as I do, something falls off. That's never a good feeling. So now I'm counting toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all there. Okay. Wasn't toes. So what in the world fell off? And I look, and it took me a minute to find it, but it was one of these. This is one of those thumbtacks, painted white, the flat ones. Been stuck in the bottom of his foot. Okay. So how in the world did this dude have a thumbtack in the bottom of his foot and not know it? Well, the answer to that is neuropathy. In order to understand neuropathy, we have to learn about diabetes. So I'm going to give you a 5th grade, super simplified version of diabetes. Understand it is way, 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 way more complex than what you see on here. This is a 5th grade version, but it's important that you have a basic understanding of what's happening here because it's going to affect how you care for your patients. Okay. So what happens here is your cells in your body, all of your cells need fuel. They can't run without fuel. And the main source of fuel is sugar, which when you eat carbs, carbs break down into sugar. Sugar is then able to fuel your cells. It's a perfect relationship. Now, on top of that, carbs taste good. So yay, right? So the cells get hungry. We eat carbs. Carbs break down into sugar. Sugar enters the cells. Everybody good with that? I know carbs get a bad rap in our society. We're going to talk about that in a minute. So the problem is the sugar can't just enter the cells all by itself. The cells are locked. There's a door in the cell that's actually locked, and you have to have a key to open it. So we eat sugar. We eat carbs. Carbs break down into sugar. The sugar goes into the bloodstream, and then we ask our pancreas to produce a few keys. Now, the pancreas is a little organ kind of right in here, and that's its main job. It does a few other things, but this is its main job, is to produce insulin. And insulin production is generally, you know how your heart beats all the time, your kidneys work all the time. Well, your pancreas usually works a little bit until you eat, and then it works a lot. And then it goes back to working a little bit. And then when you eat, it works a lot. And the more carbs you eat, the more keys it has to make. Good? Got that so far? Okay. So when we have sugar in the bloodstream, the pancreas produces keys. It's like a little factory. Those keys get into the bloodstream. They open the cells. The sugar enters the cells. Everybody is happy. It is a great system. So cells are hungry. We eat carbs. Carbs break down into sugar. Insulin comes along, opens the door. The sugar molecule enters the cells, and the cells are now happy. Yay. Now, the problem is that when you have diabetes, the pancreas is no longer making insulin, or that's pretty common, or the pancreas makes keys, but it makes the wrong kind of keys. It's making car keys and we need house keys. Doesn't work, doesn't help. So there's a couple of different problems with diabetes. That's why I said this can be a very, very complex situation. But for the most part, the pancreas just isn't doing its job properly. So at the end of the day, we have a starving cell, we have carbs that broke down into sugar, but we have no way of getting that sugar into the cell. So the cell can see this fuel, but can't access it. So they start screaming a little bit louder. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm starving. I'm starving. And eventually the cells will die because they're not getting enough food. So we end up with, in this situation, well, let me go back one more. So we end up with starving cells and a lot of sugar in the bloodstream that has nowhere to go. Now, the problem is that sugar has to be used. It's not like a lot of the other things that we take in. If you take in too much vitamin C, you're just going to excrete what you don't use. Sugar isn't like that. Sugar has to be used either by the cells, or if the cells didn't use it all, if we've got some extra left over, the body's going to package it up. It converts it into something called glycogen, but basically it puts it in a box, and it puts that box in a storage unit. And that storage unit is called your fat cells. And eventually the fat cells, the storage unit fills up, so it moves on to another one. That one fills up and it moves on to another one, right? And we hope that, eventually, if we ever run across a time where we don't have sugar, that we can just go unpack the stuff in the storage and use it. But, have you ever put something in a box and put it away for years, and you go back to it and it's not quite what you remembered? That's what happens with glycogen. It kind of loses its effect after a while. It gets kind of stale. We can still use it, but it's just not doesn't make us as happy, right? Doesn't work as well. So right now, the way this is working, diabetes, we have some starving cells and we have a ton of sugar that's just in the bloodstream. So it's either got to enter the cells or we're going to pack it away in the fat cells, but it's got to do one or the other. In the meantime, before we pack it away, though, it's just going to circulate. It's hoping to come up against some keys somewhere. Maybe there's some keys hidden here or here or here. So it circulates round and round and round and round and round and round it goes. Well, sugars, have you ever seen a cake or a cupcake that has frosting on it that you left out on the counter after a day or two? What happens to the frosting? Yeah, it gets kind of hard and crystally, but it also gets oily. Yeah, it starts to degrade. So it's kind of like a paradox, right? Hard and crystally and oily, kind of squishy. But the crystals themselves are crystally. In fact, if you looked at it in a microscope, it would look something like this. That's sugar. Okay, they crystallize. Well, these have jagged edges. Very jagged edges. So you have these sugar crystals with jagged edges circulating round and round and round and round the inside of your arteries. That can't be good. As these sugar crystals go round and round, we're going to package away what we can, but eventually we're going to have our storage units completely full. We don't have keys, so we can't get the sugar into the cells. So now we got a lot of sugar in the bloodstream that can't go anywhere because we can't excrete it. Remember, it has to be used. Storage units all filled up. We're in trouble here. So this sugar stays in the bloodstream, and we call this high blood sugar. Now, the sugar itself, eventually, because it's a crystal and it's heavy, it's going to fall and it's going to coat the inside of the arteries. So that makes the inside of the arteries brittle and jagged. So the things that float by, like cholesterol looks like pizza cheese in your arteries. Did you guys know that? It literally looks like pizza cheese. Literally. You'll never eat pizza the same way again. It literally looks like pizza cheese. So you've got this pizza cheese floating by and these sharp crystals. So the pizza cheese is going to get all caught up in these sharp crystals. It's also going to shred cells as they go by. So you got cell fragments as well. So this now has turned your artery system into a big goopy mess. Make sense? Doesn't sound like a recipe for fun, does it? Now, this happens in American culture way more often than it happens in any other culture. And let me explain why. When we're born, our arteries look like this. That's a nice artery, man. I wish I could go back to that. This artery will expand, it'll contract, it'll do all the things that'll keep me healthy. It is a very good, healthy artery. But they don't stay like this. And diabetes is not something that happens when you get older. It's something that starts when you are a child. Because our diet is carb centric. So let's look at a 4-year-old kid who gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Mom's like, oh no, this is way too early for me. So mom lays down on the couch, gives the kid a Pop-Tart, turns on some cartoons, and mom's going to kind of catnap a little bit until a more civilized hour. And then mom gets up around 7:30, gets the child some breakfast. So Pop-Tarts that we gave the kid to pacify them, those are carbs. Carbs are going to break down into sugar, and that causes the pancreas to produce insulin, right? So mom gets up at 7:30 and is going to make the child a bowl of cereal. Now, children are not eating Raisin Bran. What are they eating? Yeah, Fruit Loops, Captain Crunch, all the good Fruity Pebbles, all the good sugary cereals. Those are carbs, and that breaks down into sugar, which makes the pancreas produce insulin. So we're making our pancreas work quite a bit. And then we need a mid-morning snack around 10. This is a good mom. She's going to give the child fruit, but fruit are carbs, which breaks down into sugar and causes the pancreas to produce insulin. Lunchtime, we're going to do the normal toddler lunch diet, chicken nuggets and mac and cheese. Now, we do have some protein there with chicken, but the breading and the sauce are carbs. Mac and cheese is carbs. That breaks down into sugar, makes your pancreas produce insulin. Now, afternoon snack, of course, we need something before dinner because they're starting to get hungry. So we're going to give the child a Little Debbie or a snack cake or something like that. And those are carbs, which breaks down into sugar, causes your pancreas to produce insulin. Dinner, spaghetti, which is carbs, breaks down into sugar, makes your body produce insulin. And then, of course, every child needs dessert before bed. So dessert is ice cream, cookies, cake. Those are carbs that break down into sugar and causes your pancreas to produce insulin. So our pancreas has worked overtime today. And you do this day after day after day after day after day until we hit adolescence. And then we try to live off of McDonald's and pizza. And then we get into our 20s. Now, by now, our arteries are starting to look a little bit more like this. We're starting to see some effects. A little bit of buildup, but still not bad. That's doable. That's okay. I wish mine looked like this. But we don't really change our ways too much. We still, because we now have a lifetime habit of high carb meals, we continue that habit. Now, we might work a salad in once in a while. And we're going to drown it in dressing, though. But we might work a salad in once in a while. And by the time we get into our 40s, our arteries look more like this. How much blood do you think is getting through there? Not as much as there was. Now, we need to understand that when blood slows down or stops, it clots. Keep that in mind. That does not sound like a good thing, and it's not. So if we don't do something drastic here, and the patient develops diabetes, and now all of this sugar that's running around doesn't have anywhere to go, we end up with arteries that look like this, and blood that slows down or stops clots. So now no blood is getting through that, no good blood. Does that make sense? So how do we go from here to here? How do we get diabetes? Well, remember that pancreas that had to work overtime, right? With the Pop-Tarts and the cereal and the snacks and the lunch and the snack and the dinner and the dessert. And that pancreas is constantly working. Well, over time, over 50, 60 years, that pancreas is eventually going to say, I'm done. I am not doing any more. Remember I said the pancreas doesn't work like the heart, like all the time. It kind of gets to float along and then you eat and then it produces, and then it gets to float along and you eat and it produces. Well, if you're making it constantly produce insulin and you're not giving it any rest, it will eventually declare mutiny. It'll say, I'm done. And it will stop producing insulin. And then you get this buildup of crystals in your blood vessels that's going to interfere with blood being able to move freely. Does that make sense? Good. Okay. On planet Earth, we have gravity. That means that gravity is going to pull these crystals down to the lowest points of the body. What is the lowest points of my upper body? Yeah, my hands. What is the lowest points of my lower body? Okay, this is why we have hand and nail care and foot care. Because the effects of diabetes are going to be more visible in the hands and the feet because of gravity. Now, these are little tiny blood vessels, and it doesn't take a whole lot of gunk to gunk them up. And if we have a lot of gunk there and we can't get new blood to the area, we're going to have trouble healing. We're going to have trouble feeling. And we're going to have trouble with maintaining skin integrity, which means that wounds are probably going to be pretty common. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand a little bit about why diabetics are at risk and why our role here is so important? Now, the real problem is, remember, diabetes is not something that happens overnight. It's a long-term process, a pattern of behavior that leads us there. So we may have a diabetic patient that we don't know is diabetic. We don't know that their pancreas has quit working, quit producing keys. We won't know for 6 more months until the next blood work is done. But you might be able to see a wound that occurred way before that. Okay, does that make sense? This is why hand and nail care and foot care is so important, because if we're looking at these areas of the skin and we're identifying anything that looks kind of off, then we might be able to get that area treated way quicker, which has a better outcome. But also it kind of sends an alarm bell off that maybe we need to do some blood work to see what the patient's blood sugar level is, because the pancreas may have quit somewhere in the last couple of months. You know, I often thought it would be way easier if they would just plant like an LCD screen right here and it would flash, you know, when you developed a condition, it would just, there it is. But the problem is that we don't have one of those. So you can't tell by looking at somebody what is wrong with them, what they have developed. So a lot of times we only get clued in when they start to have problems, symptoms. And a big part of what a CNA does is look for those symptoms. All right, so here is our important steps for foot care. We're going to support the foot. We're going to soak it in water. Now, ideally, we'd want the foot to soak for, 5-10 minutes, something like that. But for the test, we don't have that kind of time. So you're not going to leave it in the basin to soak for a while. For the test, you're just going to put it in the water and take it out. You want to support it every time you move it, though. Support the leg. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. And we're not going to put lotion between the toes, but we do want to inspect all surfaces. Remember, that's our important important point. That's why we're there. No bare feet on the floor. We're going to replace the sock, remove all the wrinkles, and then put the shoe on. It's not a hard skill. It's not a hard skill. You already know to follow the care plan. You know the opening. You know to wear gloves. You know to use a barrier. You know your washing rules. You know your basin cleaning. You know your closing. There's not much here to learn. And you've seen hand and nail care. This is just like hand and nail care. We're just not going to clean or file the nails. What's the most important step here? Inspection. Oops. Okay. Let me show you the video for this one because I am not getting on the floor. Not a chance. You guys would be helping me up. Oops.
Mr. Jones, my name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to get foot care. Is that okay?
Yes.
Let me go close your curtain, wash my hands, and then I'll gather your supplies.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to get a barrier and we'll place this on the floor. Right in front of you, and you can place your foot on the barrier. I'm going to get a basin, soap, and lotion. Place that on the barrier. I'm going to get 2 washcloths and a towel and a set of gloves. I'm going to get some water for washing. Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature and make sure it's okay?
Yes.
You good?
Yeah.
Very good. I'm going to set this here. Then I'm going to needle on the barrier and apply my gloves. Roll up your pants leg and lift your foot so I can remove your sock. We'll place your foot in the basin to soak. I'll take the first washcloth and wring it out, making sure that your foot is wet. I'm going to place your foot over here on the towel and apply soap to the washcloth. I'm going to wash all surfaces of the foot. I'm going to lift your foot up so I can wash the bottom, and I'll observe for any red areas, flows, sores, or any other abnormalities. We'll put your foot back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm going to place your foot on the towel to dry. I'll ensure all surfaces have been dried thoroughly. I'll take one of the narrow edges and go between your toes to block. I'll dry the bottom of your foot. Now I'm going to apply some lotion. Warm the lotion in our hands. Apply lotion to all surfaces except between the toes. So when you lift your foot, we'll apply lotion to the bottom as well as the top. And now I'm going to wipe off the excess lotion so that you don't slip. Oh, go ahead and push your foot back on the barrier. And now I can reapply your skin. We'll put your shoe back on. Can you slide your foot in there for me, please? Okay, Mr. Jones, I need to put all of my supplies away. I'm gonna gather my dirty linen and place it in the dirty linen hamper. I'm gonna take the basin to the sink and clean according to the basin cleaning procedure. On the way back, I'll collect the soap and the lotion and put the basin back in the bowl. Now I'll collect the barrier and throw it away. Now I can remove my gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is here. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. Can I get you a magazine while you're waiting?
No, thank you.
I'm gonna open my curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Okay, any questions on that? Any questions on foot care? No? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take your break. Come back at 25 after.
Okay, those of you who have joined. I'll get my mic on.
All right, those of you who have joined YouTube, stick around till after and I'll get to your questions. Now we're going to move on to page 106, which is assisting a resident who needs a bedpan. All right, if we read the care plan at the top of this page, it says the resident has requested a bedpan. Resident is not wearing undergarments and is able to wipe self. Resident's able to move as directed. On it, you're fine, you're fine. All right, there's a couple things about this care plan that I really need to point out because they're super important. It says that the resident is not wearing undergarments and is able to wipe self. And this is a super important part of this care plan because if you look at the very bottom of the page, you're going to see that this is actually done on a live testing student, one of you. So before you freak out, the way that this is done for the test is you're not actually peeing in the bedpan. You're going to stay fully clothed. They're going to put a gown on over your clothing. And it's going to be simulated. So somebody's really going to put a bedpan under your butt, but you're not really going to go. The reason that it says that they're not wearing undergarments and is able to wipe self is because they do not want somebody trying to pull your pants off or get into your personal space to clean. So be aware of that when you're testing. If you get this skill, you're not going to be helping somebody undress or clean themselves. In a clinical setting, you may have to do that. Remember that every patient's going to have a different level of need. But for this skill, for the test, you're not going to be doing that because our care plan says they don't need that level of assistance. It does say that they can move as directed though, which is so totally awesome because you can ask them to lift their hips and put the bedpan under it. It's awesome. I mean, it just makes everything easier. If somebody cannot lift their hips, you roll them on the side, put the bedpan up against their bottom, and then lay them on top of the bedpan. When you go to take them off the bedpan, though, you got to hold that bedpan flat because when they roll, that bedpan is going to roll with them. So make sure if you're using the roll method that you're holding that bedpan down. Good? Questions on that? It's a very simple care plan. They've asked for a bedpan. You don't have to help them undress or clean up, and they can move as you need them to. Super easy care plan. But I want to go back a page to 105. CNAs do not get to decide how the patient goes to the bathroom. Not your job. And in reality, nurses don't even decide this. This is part of the doctor's order because the doctor is going to determine the patient's activity level. So if the patient is able to get up out of bed as they wish, their care plan would be OOB ad lib. And if you remember, we went through medical abbreviations on Monday. OOB was out of bed. Ad lib is as desired. You might actually see BRP, which is bathroom privileges. That means they go on their own. We aren't involved. We like that. That is number one on our list. I really don't want to intervene if somebody can take care of their own toileting problems, right? But not everybody can get to the bathroom by themselves. It depends on what's going on with that patient. Sometimes it'll be BRP with assist. That means they can go to the bathroom, but they need some help. Maybe they need help getting there. Maybe they need help while they're in the bathroom, but they're going to need some help. Now, if for some reason the patient can't get to the bathroom, even with help, Then we look at bringing the bathroom to them. So a bedside commode, which is a portable toilet, looks like a toilet sitting in the back corner. A bedside commode can be placed beside the bed, and it still gives kind of that bathroom experience, right? They're sitting on something that feels like a toilet, and it just helps them go a little bit better. Okay. So that would be bedside commode. Now, you may have bedside commode with assist or without, ad lib, either way, but bedside commode is choice number 2. So bathroom privileges, choice number 1. That's where we want to go. If that doesn't work, bedside commode. And then we get down to the rest of the options. So those are the ones we'd rather, right? The rest of the options are making the best out of a bad situation. So maybe the patient has a catheter. In that case, we would have catheter care every 2 hours or every shift. Maybe the patient is incontinent. In that case, we're going to have peri-care every 2 hours. And then we get to bedpan. Notice bedpan was last on the list. I mean, we have to go through all of that to get to bedpan. It's not the first choice. It is last on the list on purpose. Bedpans are uncomfortable. They're hard to use. And there is a psychological restriction because you've been trained since you were this tall. Don't pee in the bed. Don't pee in the bed. Don't pee in the bed. And certainly don't poop in the bed. So just because I put a plastic can under your butt doesn't mean your brain is going to let you use it. Because lessons that we learn early in life stick with us. Does that make sense? So bedpans are very difficult for patients to use. They're also not very comfortable. They don't hold a whole lot. And then you've got the lack of privacy. If all you have is a curtain between you and your neighbor, they're going to hear everything that you're doing. And that's a lack of privacy. So there's a lot of problems with bedpan. So it's last on the list. However, we do have to know how to use them. And that's what today is going to be all about, is learning how to use a bedpan. So these are the options we just talked about. So the first thing that we have to figure out is the patient continent? So can they even hold their urine or their feces? If the answer is no, they're incontinent, we'll just do peri-care every 2 hours. It's pretty cut and dried. But if they are continent, we're looking at the bathroom first, bedside commode, catheter, and bedpan is dead last. That's important for you to know, is that bedpan is a last resort. We're going to try everything we can. Because a common mistake that CNAs make, unfortunately a little too common, is they'll have a patient, the care plan will say bedpan, the patient can't use the bedpan very well, so the CNA will decide, is that a problem? To grab a bedside commode and get them out of bed and onto the bedside commode, or decide to take them to the bathroom. Remember, that's not a choice you can make. We have to follow those care plans. So if we do have a bedpan and we're using it with the patient, we have to know how to clean it. Now, it's obviously whatever's in the bedpan is going to go into the toilet because that's where it normally goes. And you'll dump whatever it is in the toilet. But this right here, this is a clinical bathroom. The seat is up. But right here, it looks like a little shower head. If you bend that forward, it just kind of pivots on this little joint here. So it's going to be laying, horizontal over the toilet bowl. That is called a bedpan cleaner. And when you pivot it forward, most of them will automatically start to spray into the toilet. Sometimes you have to hit the flush thing, but most of them automatically spray. And that allows you to clean the bedpan right there over the toilet. It's very convenient. But you have water under pressure hitting a flat plastic surface. You're going to get splashback. And the splashback is going to have bonuses. We don't want that on us. So if you're going to use a bedpan cleaner, you need to dress for the job. You want to protect your clothing because you don't want those particles to fly onto your clothing. And you want to protect the holes in your face. Remember, don't let stuff from somebody else's hole get into any of your holes. We have a lot of holes on our face. So we probably want one of those masks with the shields on it just to protect so that nothing can fly into any of our face holes. Make sense? Questions? All right. Word about masks. This trips people up quite a bit. Masks do not usually help with odor. It doesn't really do a whole lot. So if you're grabbing a mask because of odor, it's not really going to do much for you. What can help is if you take a little bit of Vicks, you know, the stuff mom used to rub on your chest, and just put it just right on the inside of your nostrils. That will help cut down on unpleasant odors. I can't use Vicks because it had the menthol in it. I have very sensitive skin and I'll look like Rudolph very quickly if I try to use it. So I actually used to make my own. I would get Vaseline, just the little jars of Vaseline, put a couple of drops of essential oils in. And this is way before essential oils were even popular. Is that what you do? Yep. Yep. And you can make your own. I like lemongrass. I like the smell of lemongrass. Orange blossom was another good one, you know, but you can make your own and just keep it, you know, with you and just use it. That's a much better way of dealing with unpleasant odors. But if the odor is unpleasant, please be aware your patient is aware of it. They know that they have a nose too. They know that the odor is unpleasant and they're probably a little embarrassed over it. So, you know, do what you can to help control the odor. So maybe that's an air freshener or, you know, taking care of the bedpan very quickly, asking the roommate to take a walk. That work, you know, if the roommate is mobile, to give the patient a little more privacy. These are methods we can use to help our patients become a little bit more comfortable with this process. Does that make sense? Good. They now have new stuff like the Poo-Pourri or whatever it is, but that actually works on water, and we don't have water in the bedpan, so that's not really an effective way to work on odor in a clinical setting. One of the things that I usually try to do, though, because the bathroom has a fan, I would always open the bathroom door, and turn the light and fan on to help kind of pull some of the odors out as well, just to help dissipate any odors. Because patients, if they can't do anything about it, it's a source of embarrassment for them. Okay, just be aware of that. Now, I told you that this is going to be hard for patients, right? You've been trained from this tall, don't pee in the bed. So there's a couple things you can do to make this a little bit easier. You can turn the water on. The sound of water does help with the urinary letdown reflex. You can provide privacy, adequate privacy. You can use warm water on the inside of the wrists. That helps too, like with a spray bottle. But you may have to try several times. You may put a bedpan under them, no results. Half hour later, they ring, I gotta go. You put the bedpan under them, no results. Don't get frustrated with them. This is a hard thing for patients. That's why it's last on the list. Okay, good. Questions? All right, so let me explain to you the important part of bedpan. Has nothing to do with the bedpan. Really kind of funny. Okay. So if we have a patient who has requested to use a bedpan, so this is my patient laying in bed, and this is my bedpan. If I come along and my patient is laying in bed and I put a bedpan underneath their bottom, what does it do to their bottom? Lifts it up. How many of you ladies can pee uphill? Think about it, right? When you put a bedpan under somebody's bottom, you are lifting that bottom up, and now the patient has to pee uphill. Now, if they are successful, that pee is going to run right up their back and into their hair. That is not effective on any planet. And chances are they're just not going to be effective. So when you put a bedpan underneath a patient, you have to put the head of the bed up into a normal elimination position. This right here, putting the head of the bed up, is the number one step for this skill. The most important step. Because if you don't put the head of the bed up, the rest of it doesn't matter. They're not going to be able to go. But now the patient is sitting on that bedpan, pushing it down into the mattress. You're not going to get it out from under their bottom. So you've got to put the head of the bed back down to pull the bedpan out. So the most important part of this skill is all about the head of the bed. Good. Let's talk about that bedpan for a second. So that bedpan, when it's underneath the patient, is only about that deep. They're very, very shallow, right? That's it. It's only about that deep. And you've got an undercarriage sagging into that space. So now we've got pee under pressure hitting a flat plastic surface and an undercarriage in close proximity. We're going to get splashback. This is a messy situation. Does that make sense? So your patients probably are going to need a little bit of help getting cleaned up afterwards because it's everywhere. But there's something you can do to help with that. Now you have to ask the nurse. This is not something you can do on your own. There's two things you can do to make bedpans infinitely easier on you and the patient, but you have to ask the nurse. The first is if you put toilet paper in the bottom of the bedpan, just take your toilet paper, make big loops, 4 or 5 big loops. And then you lay that in the bottom of the bedpan. It helps absorb the urine. So now you've got a little less of the auditory embarrassment, right? Because nobody can hear what's happening. It helps control the urine, so you have less sloshing. But it also helps prevent a lot of that splashback, so your patient's drier and more comfortable. So toilet paper in the bottom of the bedpan, great idea. But if we're measuring the urine, we can't be soaking it up with toilet paper first. So we need to find out from the nurse if we're measuring the urine, if the patient's on intake and output. The other thing that we're going to ask the nurse is, have you guys ever worn shorts and sat in a car on leather seats? Especially in the summer, what happens to your skin? It sticks. Okay. How hot was a human when we talked about temperature? Okay, so 98.6, that's hot, right? So if we have a hot bottom sitting on plastic, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to stick. So when you try to pull that full bedpan out from under the patient, they're going to stick to it. So if you can ask the nurse if you can put powder or cornstarch on the seat part of the bedpan, it helps slide under the patient better and it helps slide out easier. So you're less likely to slosh or spill what's in there. Good. Okay. So head of the bed up and then head of the bed back down. That's a lot of motion, especially once the bedpan is full. So whatever's in the bedpan is probably going to slosh a little bit before you even get it out from under them. What is something we can put on the bed to help protect the sheets? A chucks. So for this skill, we're going to put the chucks on the bed. We're going to put the bedpan on the bed. We're going to put the head of the bed up, give them toilet paper and crawlite. When they're done, we'll put the head of the bed back down, take the chucks and bedpan out. Now, no one needs to see what's in that bedpan. That's a dignity issue. So we're going to take the chucks and bedpan out together and wrap the chucks over the bedpan. And then we'll take it to the bathroom and dispose of it. Clean our basin like we clean everything else. And then we're going to give the patient a hand wipe because remember, our care plan says they're able to wipe themselves. So they need a hand wipe after. This patient is going to be uncovered and undressed. So what do I need? Yep, a privacy blanket. Very good. Now you will use supplies for this, and you can use the table for your supplies like every other skill. I don't. You're not going to see me use the overbed table for this skill. And that's because this is an eating surface. This is the patient's dining room table. And I just have that's pretty high on my gross meter, right? To have a bedpan on a table that the patient's going to eat off of later, even with a barrier, it's still pretty high on my gross meter. So I don't use the overbed table, and you actually don't need it for this skill. You're going to grab your supplies as you need them because they're all right there at the patient's bedside. Okay, good. All right, so let me show you the actual bedpan. For the test, we use something called a pontoon bedpan or a traditional bedpan. You'll hear it called both. That's this. If it looks like a toilet seat, it's where the butt goes. Oh, they can't see me. Okay. So if it looks like a toilet seat, it's where the butt goes. Imagine sitting on that. That would not be comfortable. So this is the part, the widest part of the bedpan goes under the widest part of the patient. So this is what goes under the bottom. This is going to stop like right in between their legs. Okay, good. This is kept in the bottom drawer of your bedside cabinet. So in that bedside cabinet, you've got grooming supplies at the top, bathing supplies in the middle, toileting supplies at the bottom. So because the bedpan is right there, I'm going to get my privacy blanket, put it on the patient. I'll open the drawer, but I'm not going to get the bedpan out yet. I'll grab my chucks, put it under the patient. Remember, clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. That's how we're going to put the chucks under the patient. And then I'm going to grab my bedpan out of the drawer and put it under as well. But I want to talk to you about gloves for this skill. Gloves are right above the bed, so they're always accessible. But the problem all right. So the problem with this skill is that it requires 2 sets of gloves. And it messes students up when they're doing this for the test. So I'm going to talk to you about the test really quickly. For the test, you only have one patient, the one in the bed. There are no other patients for you to go see. This is a facility of one. So when you put the bedpan under the patient, there's nowhere really for you to go and nothing really for you to do while the patient is going. Now, in a clinical setting, you're not going to stand beside the patient and go, "Are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you done?" That nobody's going to be able to go under that kind of pressure. So you would wash your hands and leave the room. They're going to hit the call light when they're done. But for the test, you don't have anywhere to go. So for the test, you're not going to leave the room. And because you're not leaving the patient's bedside, you're not going to have to wash your hands. Does that make sense? We're staying at the bedside with the patient. Don't do that in a clinical setting. Patients can't go with that kind of pressure. But for the test, that's what we're going to do. Now, you are on the other side of the curtain. The patient's going to tell us when they're done. They'll either say, "I'm done, I'm finished," beep, beep, whatever. They're going to let us know when they're done. And we're going to come back into the curtained area and pick up. But understand, for the test, you're not going anywhere. That's why you don't have to wash your hands, because you're not leaving the bedside. In a clinical setting, you would. But you still have to change gloves. And that's because you're going to put the chucks under the patient, right? If my hands are going to touch bathing suit areas, what do I need? Gloves. So I'm going to get my chucks ready, put my gloves on and put the chucks under the patient. And now my gloves have butt juice on them. We're going to put the bedpan underneath the patient on top of the chucks. And then I have to put the head of the bed up. Do I want to touch that bed controller with butt juice gloves? No, so I've got to take the gloves off to put the head of the bed up, to give them their toilet paper and to give them the call light. So I'm on the other side of the curtain waiting, no gloves. No, you don't have to wash your hands for the test, but no gloves. When they're done and I come back to the bedside to finish this skill, I can't take that bedpan out without gloves. So I need a new set of gloves. So this skill requires 2 sets of gloves. One to put the bedpan in place, and you've got to take that set off to put the head of the bed up. And then one to remove the bedpan. Good? Questions? What's the most important step for this skill? Head of the bed. Head of the bed. Yep. %90 of this skill is the opening, the closing, and head of the bed. If I got to pick my skills for the test, if somebody says, hey, you get to pick whatever 3 skills you want to do, this would actually be one of them. Because there's very limited opportunities to mess it up. Okay. All right, so I'm going to show you the video for this one. It's got very good close-ups of bedpan placement, which I can't get in here. There's no way you're going to see where the bedpan goes. So when we do these videos, I've got to redo these videos. I can't get in here. Hold on. I got to redo these, but when we do, we tape each one of these videos 6 to 7 times with different camera angles so that you can get those really close in views. So each one of these videos, it took me 1 day of taping for each one, and then about 4 months of editing. It's quite a bit. But that's why I'm showing you the videos for some of these, because the close-ups are just something I can't replicate in here. And remember, all of these are available on our website for you to see as well. Oh, where is that?
Hi, Mr. Benz. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Wonderful. I understand you need a bedpan. Can I assist you with that? Sure. I'm going to close the curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'll need a trucks and a privacy blanket for this skill. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to place this privacy blanket over you. This will help keep you warm and protect your privacy as we do this skill. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to spread this out without snapping it or shaking it. And I'll have you hold this in place so I can pull your sheet down. That way your sheet remains clean as we do this skill. Okay, I'm going to prepare a chest to place under you before I put the bedpan in place. I'm going to hold the chucks up lengthwise and roll it toward me. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And I'll just place this on the bed. I'm going to open the drawer that the bedpan is in. And get a set of gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, in just a moment, I'm gonna ask you to bend your knees, lift your hips as high off the bed as you can, and I'm gonna unroll the chucks underneath you, okay? All right, go ahead and bend your knees and lift up. Okay, and you can relax. I'm gonna go around to the other side of the bed and unroll. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you lift up again, please? Move the chucks out, making sure it's positioned properly on the bed. You can relax. Okay, now I'll get the bedpan out up in the drawer. And I'm gonna place this under your bottom, if I can get you to lift. And relax. Is that comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put the head of the bed up, but let me remove my gloves first.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna put the head of the bed up. Please tell me when you're comfortable.
Okay.
And you may have to adjust that bedpan a little bit after you. Tell me when you're comfortable.
That's good.
Okay, here's your toilet paper and your call light. And I'm just gonna wait out here. Please let me know when you're done. Okay, Mr. Jones, I understand you're finished. Let me help you with that. I'm gonna put the head of the bed down now. And please do not lift your hips. Once the head of the bed is in the lower position, I'll put on a pair of gloves. And I'm gonna hold that bedpan flat as you lift off. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm gonna take 4 of the trucks and hold the bedpan flat as you lift off of it. You can go ahead and lift on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. I'll remove both the bedpan and the chucks and take them to the bathroom for disposal. I'll be right back. Once I get over here to the bathroom, I'm going to unwrap the bedpan and we'll throw the chucks away. I'm gonna empty the contents of the bedpan into the toilet. And then I'll rinse the bedpan. We'll deposit the rinse water into the toilet as well. And then we'll set the bedpan down to dry. I'll pick it up with a paper towel. Gonna dry the inside. We'll throw that paper towel away. I'll dry the outside. Throw that paper towel away. And get one for the drawer. Okay, I'm gonna place the bedpan in the drawer. Along with the toilet paper. And we'll use the paper towel to close the drawer. Now I can remove my gloves. Mr. Jones, would you like to wipe your hands? Thank you. Okay, you can relax your legs if you'd like. And I'm gonna pull your sheet up and remove the privacy blanket. Want to make sure that we roll the blanket in a ball so that any trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. There you go. Here's your call light. I'm going to put this in dirty linen. I'll be right back. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? A magazine perhaps? Your call light is there. Please let me know if there's anything that we can do. I'm going to open your curtain to go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Questions?
All right. Next, last skill for today. Page 53. This is a very short skill. If you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this in 4 minutes or less. These are the shortest skills that are on the test. Our care plan tells us to provide the following range of motion exercise to the resident's left shoulder: flexion, extension, and abduction, adduction. Provide 3 repetitions of each exercise, and the resident is not able to help with the exercises. So this isn't hard. We're doing 2 exercises on one body part, pretty quick, pretty easy, no stress here. But we kind of have to learn a little bit about what range of motion is in order to understand this particular skill. This is going to be done on a live student. Student will be in bed for this skill, and no supplies are required. Chances are you will get 1 range of motion skill for the test. Remember, we're going to learn 3. We learn 1 today, we'll learn 1 next week, and 1 on the following week. They're all very, very easy to do. Just follow the recipe. But we need to figure out why we're doing these exercises to begin with. And when we think about exercises, usually we think about doing exercises to regain function, right? We're trying to strengthen, we're trying to build muscle, we're trying to fix what's broken, whatever your thought process is. But that is actually not why CNAs do exercises. We actually have a whole department that is geared toward doing exercises to regain. Anybody know what that department is? Yeah, physical therapy. And a physical therapist has to have a doctorate degree, which is 10 to 12 years of school. How long are we here? That's not us. That's not even close to us. So we aren't doing skills or exercises to regain anything. That's not what we're doing. We as CNAs are doing exercises to retain or keep the current level of function. Does that make sense? Let me explain to you why this would be important. I'm going to give you a story. This is Frank. Frank is a gentleman. He's in his early 70s, widowed recently. His wife passed away. He's on his own, lives alone, lives in his own house, very active, drives, plays tennis with his brother Ralph every Tuesday. He is a very young 70-something. Okay. And on this particular day, he's out on the tennis court with his brother Ralph, and he is determined to win because sibling rivalry. And he really wails on that ball. And when he does, he feels something in his right shoulder give way, and he drops the tennis court or the tennis racket onto the court, and off to the ER they go. The ER doc says, "Are you right-handed?" And he says, "Yeah." Doc says, "I got some good news and bad news then." He says, "Okay, what's the bad news?" He said, "The bad news is you tore your right rotator cuff and you're right-handed, so that's bad news. But the good news is the surgeon has an opening tomorrow and can get you fixed right up." And he says, "Well, sign me up. I can't go home like this." So he has surgery, and 3 days later, the discharge planner comes in and says, "Well, you can't stay here. You got to go somewhere. We need this bed for people that are way sicker than you. So we're going to be discharging you, but you got to go somewhere, and you're going to need physical therapy, which means you're going to have to drive to physical therapy. Right now, you can't drive for 6 weeks. You're probably also going to need help with bathing and dressing and grooming and eating. Do you have someone at home that can help you with all of those things?" And he says, "No, my wife passed away. My brother still works. It's, kind of, I'm alone." She says, "Well, what about a rehab? Because at a rehab, you've got helpers that can help you with bathing and dressing and grooming. And you've got physical therapy right there. And they can see you twice a day. 6 weeks, you'll be good as new." He says, "Sign me up." So here he comes into our facility. And as the RN, I'm going to do a head to toe assessment. I'm trying to find all real problems and all potential problems. And I'm going to ask you to help him with bathing and dressing. I'm going to ask you to help him with grooming. And I'm going to ask you to help him with cutting his meat and opening his milk at meal times. And physical therapy is going to do the exercising part. And at the end of 6 weeks, the right shoulder is good as new. Physical therapy did a fantastic job. You guys have kept up with everything else. But how much work has that left arm done if physical therapy is focusing on the right and you're doing everything for him? Not much. And what do you think is going to happen to an arm or a joint that doesn't move a whole lot? Okay, so the muscles are going to shrink, which is called atrophy. And the joint is actually going to lose mobility, and it's called a frozen shoulder. So the good news is we fixed his right arm. The bad news is we broke his left. He's in the same shape that he came in. One arm is not working. Did we really help him? No. So let's back up to the day he comes in and I do that head to toe assessment. Remember, I'm looking for real problems and potential problems. So I'm going to ask you to help him with bathing and dressing. I'm going to have you help him with grooming. You're going to help him with opening his milk and cutting his meat. And I'm going to ask you to help do range of motion twice a day on the left arm. Because physical therapy is working on the right. That one's covered. But I don't want him to lose mobility on the left side because everything else is being done for him. So I'm going to ask you to help perform range of motion on the left arm. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand a little bit more about what range of motion is and why it's done? So we are working on healthy extremities to keep them healthy. We don't say words like no pain, no gain. Or if it's hurting, you know it's working. We don't say things like that. We don't want pain. Remember, we're working on healthy extremities, trying to keep them at the level they're at. So if the patient is lifting their arm and gets to here, then the next one is going to go below the ow if this brought ow. And then we're going to go find a nurse and say, hey, we got to here and got ow. It's up to them to figure out what to do with that. Not our job. We find the ow, they plan for what we're going to do with it. Does that make sense? So we are going to go up to the point of pain or resistance. We're not trying to hurt. We're just trying to maintain what they've got. Okay. Now there's 3 specific exercises that we can do as CNAs. There's flexion extension, which is an up-down motion. There's abduction, adduction, which is a side to side motion. And then there's rotation, which is an around motion. So if I can ask all of you to extend your left arm above your head, like you're asking a question, right? So get it all the way up, all the way, straight elbow, bring it all the way back down. That was active range of motion. I told you what to do and you did it. But if you notice, when I told you to extend your arm above your head, I actually gave you an example as to how it should look, a common action, a common body motion, like asking a question, because everybody knows what that looks like, what it, how it should be performed. If I just told you, okay, flexion, extension, left shoulder, go, that wouldn't help you. So when you're helping the patients with active range of motion and you're telling them what to do, you need to make sure that you're putting this in terms that they understand. They're doing the motion. You're just there to help cheerlead them on, make sure it's being done correctly. Now that's different from passive range of motion. Active range of motion means the patient's going to do the exercises. We're just there to prompt them. Passive range of motion means that we're doing the exercises on the patient. And that's what this care plan says, provide passive range of motion to the shoulder. So flexion extension, that's what we just did. I asked you to extend your arm above your head. Extending is straightening a body part. Flexing is bending a body part. Abduction, adduction. This is 2 sides of the same exercise. One takes the extremity away, the other one brings it back. Just like flexion extension, 2 sides. One extends, the other brings it back, right? So 2 sides of the same exercise. When you abduct a child, you take it away from its family. Don't do that. That's bad. When you abduct an extremity, you take it away from its family. So when you adduct, remember that's the returning action that brings it back in or adds it to its family. So ab, ABD brings an extremity away from the middle of the body. ADD brings it back to. Okay, so flexion extension, up, down, and that's going to look like the patient is asking a question. So this is kind of important, okay? If we're working on the shoulder, this is extending, this is flexing because my shoulder is bent, okay? So extension and flexion, two halves of the same exercise. Abduction, adduction, two halves of the same exercise. But notice at the end, my hand is in the same place. So extension, see where my hand is? Abduction, see where my hand is? But they work different muscle groups. Okay. Now rotation's a little bit different. Rotation is an around motion. So there's not two halves. We're always going to end where we started because it's a full rotation. But a rotation on a shoulder is different than what you think it is. So a lot of people think rotation on the shoulder is like a pitcher windup, right? But it's actually not. In order to understand this, I need everybody to stand up and give yourselves a little bit of space so you're not knocking anybody else out. And I want you to do a pitcher windup. Forwards or backwards, doesn't matter. And feel where that works the muscles in your shoulder. Now, I want you to hold your arm out so it's palm up to the side, and then roll that arm all the way over so your palm up backwards and then back. Feel what that does inside the shoulder. You'll see it's a much deeper rotation. It's actually inside the joints. So when we're talking about rotation on the shoulder or the hip, it's going to be a rolling motion, not a circular motion. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. And we've heard this before. We always lift from below with a flat palm. You guys remember that? We're always going to make sure that we return all the way to start. So if I'm going to do flexion extension and the arm starts here and I bring it up, I have to return all the way to start for it to be a repetition. If I just bring it down to here and then go back up, this is not a full repetition. So when you go up, you've got to come all the way back down to start. Rest a beat, go up again, all the way back down to start. Okay. We're always going to support at two joints. We've heard that before too. And we're going to monitor for pain. Remember, we don't like pain. That's not what we do. So if the patient stiffens up or shows any sign of pain, we're going to go below the pain on the next repetition. Oops. Okay. All right. So I'm going to show you this particular skill. I need somebody to go lay down in that bed over there. You can lay right on top of the sheets. Where did she put herself? Every time. Remember that you're not going to have to ask your patients to do that. They will do it automatically. But if you have a patient that can't do that automatically, we're going to make sure they're in the middle. Okay. I am going to simulate hand washing for this skill because this is skill number 4. Remember, you'll physically wash your hands for skill number 1. After that, they'll tell you you can simulate. Here we go. Hi, my name is, let me start again. Hi, Miss, I can't talk today. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I need to do some exercises on your left shoulder. Is that okay? I'm going to go close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. Now, if I wasn't 100% sure which side I should be working on, I would go back and look at the care plan one more time just to verify. Don't fake it till you make it here. I know that this one is the left, so I'm okay. But always go back and verify if you're not 100% sure. So I have plain, oh, okay, I've got that one. I have plain hands. Okay, so this is the patient's left. I'm going to do all the work. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort as we do this, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is raise your arm above your head like you're asking a question, and then all the way back to the bed. And we're going to do this 3 times. So I'm going to support at the wrist and the elbow. We're going to go all the way up and all the way to start. Feel okay? All the way up, all the way back to start. Feel all right? One more. All the way up, all the way back to start. Good? Any pain? Okay, now we're going to bring your arm out to the side and back in like you're making a snow angel. So again, we're going to support at both joints. We're going to go up and then all the way back to start. Okay. Up, all the way back to start. One more. Up, all the way back to start. Any pain? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Call lights right here. If you need anything at all, please let me know. Environment is clean. I'm going to open the curtain. Clean my hands. Charting is not necessary, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm going to think about the steps of my skill. I'll probably read that care plan one more time and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Thank you. Talk about a quick skill. We want that one. The other 2, just as easy. We're going to learn range of motion on the elbow and wrist, and we're going to learn range of motion on the hip, knee, and ankle. But they're both just as easy. No, because our care plan didn't tell us to. I need you to know how to do it, just in case your care plan does tell you at some point in the future. But this care plan doesn't tell us to for this patient. Good? Questions on that? All right, one more thing. Go to page 76 for me. So when you go to work and you are coming on shift, that means that somebody else was working and they're going off shift. So you have an oncoming shift and an offgoing shift, and they're going to overlap for about 15 minutes. And that's the time that the offgoing shift is going to tell you guys what's going on with your patients. So you start the shift informed. This is called report. Now, report's different everywhere you go. So this is something you're going to learn in orientation, but it's good to have a vague idea of how this works. And I'm giving you a way to get report that keeps it consistent every time. So if you're working in a long-term care setting, like a nursing home or an assisted living facility, your report sheets are probably going to be printed similar to what you would see at the bottom of the page, because patients don't change all that much. You know, Mary is Mary. Mary's the same on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday, and she lives here, so she's not changing anytime soon. So your report sheets are usually printed. If you're working in a rehab setting, you may have printed report sheets, but those patients are usually there for about 6 weeks. And then they move on, either to a nursing home or home. Your report sheets might be printed, but usually you'll be writing it. Now, in a hospital, nothing is printed because you're probably not even going to have that patient next hour because they're going to be discharged or go down for a test or whatever. So because hospitals change hourly, by the minute even, your report sheets aren't going to be printed. You're going to have to get really good at writing stuff, the information that's passed on to you. Now, most of this is going to be done verbally. And it's a whole lot to write, everything you need to know about the patient. And it's really hard to keep track of what you know and what you still need to know if you don't use a consistent approach. And that's what this is. This is called a TEAMS report because it covers the 5 things that CNAs need to know about every patient. It really does get boiled down to that. So the first thing that we need to know about every patient we care about is toileting. That's the first thing we need to know, because everybody's going to have to go on my shift, and probably as soon as I start the shift. It's amazing. Everybody has to go to the bathroom, and I don't know. Are you allowed to get out of bed? Do you go by yourself? Do you need help? Do you use a bedside commode? Is there a bedpan? I mean, I don't know. I'm just coming on shift. I know nothing about my patients. So I need to know how they toilet. So that's the very first thing I need to know about the patient. So T is for toileting. The next thing I need to know is, how do they eat? Because everybody's going to be eating at some point. So are they on a specific diet? Do they go to the dining room or eat in their room? Do they need their liquids thickened? Or maybe they're on a fluid restriction. What do I need to know about their eating? The next category, A, is for ADLs. That's everything else. Bathing, dressing, grooming, that kind of stuff. And then we have M for mobility. Now, mobility gets its own category because mobility is pretty important. You need to know, is a patient on bed rest or can they get out of bed? Do they need to sit in a chair? Am I using a gait belt to walk them? Do they have to be turned every 2 hours? You need to know about their mobility, because that's going to take up a significant portion of your shift. And then you have S for special. That's anything else. The patient has an appointment for a CT scan at 2, or the patient's family is visiting today, make sure they look really good, or the patient fell last night, they're on Q4 vitals, which is every 4 hours. What do we need to know about that patient? What's special about that patient? Now, if you follow this plan, TEAMS, for every patient that you get, if you're getting report from the offgoing shift and you know toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, special, you have all the information you need as a CNA to care for that patient quickly and easily. Now, you're going to get this information from the care plan, ideally, but in most cases, we don't have time to go look up the care plan for every patient every time. This information is going to be passed on verbally during report. And you'll get, you can make up your own report sheet, like what you see at the bottom, page 76, or you may get a pre-printed one, depending on the setting that you're in. Okay. Not every place uses the Teams report, but as a CNA, you can implement this yourself for your own knowledge. This makes sure that you don't miss anything you need to know about the patients. Okay. Good. Teams report is very, very helpful. All right, so now we're going to move on to registering for the state exam. Okay, so what I'm going to give you now is the actual test registration packet. So this is the test registration packet, and then this is our timeline, which we're going to talk about. Pass that one down for me. There we go. You can go ahead and pass that down if you want.
How do we know if we need to like update or back?
Okay, we're going to talk about that first. So pull this up for them at home. Okay, on my website, you guys are going to want to know this. On my website, if you go to foryourcna.com, this is how the website looks. Along the top, you got home, CNA training, the online test prep course, and then you got a testing tab. Under this testing tab, if you go to test registration instructions, I've actually done an entire registration on video for you. And below that are follow along slides. So you just, pull up the slide, you do that step. You go to the next slide, you do that step. You go to the next slide, you do that step. And this is going to help you when you register. We're going to go through it today too, but you're going to have questions when you get home. So you need to know that I have test registration instructions on my website. So this is what we're going to focus on right now. This is the paper I just gave you, the timeline. So the first thing that you need to do before you register is get your background check done. If you're currently working in medicine, you may have a level 2 background check already on hand, and that's fine as long as it's in medicine within the last 5 years and has a photo, it will work. If you got a background check done for daycares or the bank or to be a realtor, that's not going to work. It has to be in healthcare, photo enabled within the last 5 years. If you don't have one, you're going to need to get one. That's step one. So if you look under that first column, the second box there has deontis.com/FL. That's who does them here in Spring Hill. That's the easiest place to go. But you have to register online, and you'll make an appointment to go, but you have to pay online. You don't pay when you go, you have to register and pay online. And that's done at the UPS store on Barclay. That's where the level 2 photo enabled background checks are. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's right there. Yep. So that's going to be step one. Once you've got a level 2 background check in the clearinghouse, then you can register for the test. Now, if you go do the background check tomorrow, you can register on Friday. Just give them 24 hours. When you do a background check, they're not going to give you anything because everybody has access to like Photoshop now or some other image processing software. I could take a really bad background check and make it a really good background check in like 30 seconds. So they don't give you access to your own background check. It's all digitally disseminated. So you're going to go to the appointment. They're going to take your pictures, take your picture, take your fingerprints, have you sign, and then that gets transmitted digitally to the clearinghouse. You don't get anything. Once you've done the background check, you've gone to the appointment, 24 hours later, you can register for the test. There's 2 ways to register. One is the paper application that I just passed out. I do not recommend this method. I know I gave you the paper one, but that's because we're going to use it for notes. I do not recommend the paper application. It is taking on average 2 to 3 weeks longer for paper applications to be processed. So I recommend that you do the online application. Now, the online application is this paper application just online, and that's why we're going to use it for notes. Okay. So there's 2 ways to register for the test, online and by paper. Once you've submitted your registration and you're going to pay for the test at the time you register, you're going to pay online or with the paper application. Once you register for the test, 1 to 3 days later, you're going to get an email from Prometric. If that email says that your registration was complete and the FBI background status says record found, those are the 2 squares that you need to look at. You can see that in the 3rd column there. It has to say record found. Let me explain to you how this works. Okay. there's 3 entities involved in this process. There's you, who's getting ready to test. There's Prometric, who processes your application. And there's the Board of Nursing, who actually says, yes, you can test. So you register with Prometric, they pull your background check. They send you an email, say, yeah, we got it, we're good. We got your money, we're good. We got your application, we're good. They put all of that together and send it to the Board of Nursing. The Board of Nursing has a real live human go through the application and approve you for testing. This is not an automated system. This is a real live human, because they're making a decision on whether you're allowed to test or not. So this needs to have some thinking involved. They're going to look at your background. They're going to look at your application and what you put on it. And they're going to make a determination as to whether you can test or not. I want you to pay attention to this, because remember I said that you register and you pay at the time that you register. They're not going to approve you until they get your money. If you have a criminal history, you have to pay for the test before you find out whether you're allowed to test. If you have a criminal history, they're not going to pay the price for it. You are. Does that make sense? So the Board of Nursing is going to get your application. They're going to evaluate your background, and they're going to say, yes, you are permitted to test. That information goes back to Prometric. Prometric schedules you for the test, sends you an email and says, this is your test date. They don't take reservations. They will assign you a test date. So when you get that email from Prometric, it says, okay, you've been approved for testing. You're going to test on February 16th. And you're like, oh, that doesn't work for me. Oh my gosh, I'm taking a nursing entrance exam on the 16th. That is the one day that does not work for me. You can call up Prometric and say, that one doesn't work. And while they're on the phone with you, they'll find a mutually agreeable date for you to test. Okay. You got to do that right away, though. If you wait until February 14th and you're supposed to test on the 16th and you call them up and say, hey, the 16th doesn't work for me, they're going to charge you to change your date. If you do it right away, there's no charge. Does that make sense? Good. You got to do it right away. Now, what happens if you have a criminal history? So they don't automatically just say, nope, we don't want you, go away. We're taking your money and get lost. That's not how this works. They're not trying to punish you for past criminal misdoings. They believe in second chances. But their primary goal, their primary mission is to keep grandma safe. Because when you have a CNA certification, that gives you the ability to go into grandma's house and take care of grandma unsupervised with grandma's checkbook and her candlesticks and her medications. And if you've got 16 shoplifting charges, they're thinking grandma's candlesticks and checkbook might not be safe with you around. So they're looking with an eye toward how do we keep grandma safe? It's not that they're trying to punish people with a criminal history. They also understand everybody was young and dumb at some point. Everybody. Some got caught, but not all. So they look at criminal histories with those mindsets. A single shoplifting charge when you were 18 years old and you've been absolutely clean since, and it's been 10 years and you learned your lesson, that's not going to count the same as somebody who has 16 shoplifting charges and the last one was 3 weeks ago. You guys see how they would look at that differently? They're looking for things that are going to put grandma in jeopardy. They're looking for patterns of behavior, and they're looking for serious charges. So if you've got a little bump behind you, don't be overly concerned. So and again, they don't just dismiss it right away. What they'll do is if they don't feel comfortable approving you based on paper, they're actually going to invite you to come meet them at a board of nursing hearing. So they may bring you in and say, okay, can you explain this 16 shoplifting charge, the last one 3 weeks ago? What's going on? Tell me what your mindset is, what's happening here. And they're going to judge everything on a case by case basis. They're going to look at all of the options. They may possibly allow you to test under a limited supervisory CNA certification, which would mean you'd have a restriction. And it means that you have to be under direct supervision at all times. We don't want you in grandma's home with her checkbook until you've proven yourself. They have options, is what I'm trying to say. It's not like it's a strict black, white, yes, no situation. Okay, does that make sense? They may have you go through some sort of a program to be eligible to test, to see your resolve. How committed are you? Okay. So if you have a criminal history, don't let that immediately knock you out. It's probably not going to. They'll look at the whole picture. But if you do have a criminal history, you do need to get all of your paperwork together, because if they ask you for more information, you're going to have to submit it. And you don't want to be running around at the last minute trying to gather all this stuff up. So if you have a criminal history, get all of your paperwork together and have it on hand. Okay, good. All right. So that's the testing process. You do the background check. 24 hours later, you can apply. After that, 1 to 3 days, you get an email from Prometric. It says your application is complete and your record was found. That goes to the Board of Nursing. They need 7 to 10 days to clear you. 7 to 10 days later, you'll get an email from Prometric that says, here's your testing date. If that date doesn't work for you, call them immediately, arrange on the phone for an alternate date, and then you're going to go attend your testing date. If you pass both sections, congratulations, you're a CNA. Does everybody understand the process? All right, let's go through the application. There are 7 pages to this application, and we're not going to go through every single bit of it together. You're going to fill most of this out on your own, but there's a couple things I want to bring to your attention. The first is the stop sign. In the very middle of the first page, it says stop. You need to make sure that you're registering with your actual name that's on your driver's license, your photo ID. If you have, this is where that real ID thing comes in. I actually was guilty of this, right? When I got married the first time, I made my maiden name my middle name on my driver's license. So when I got divorced, they asked me, do you want to keep your, which name, what name do you want to use? So when I got, when I had to go get my real ID, it's like I had to bring all these documents because I didn't have 2 things that matched. My social security was under a different, it's just like crazy. We need to verify that you are you. And to do that, we've got to have documents that match. So whatever you put on this application has to be the same thing that's on your ID, your photo ID, and you got to have a secondary ID to back that up. So it could be your driver's license and your social security card, or it might be a passport and a military ID, or maybe a military ID and a voter's registration. Okay. So you have to have one that's government issued with a picture, and your second one has to have your name and a signature. Okay. Make sense? Good. So that's all that stop sign is saying is, hey, if you don't give us the right name, and you show up with IDs that don't match, that's on you. We're not giving you a refund. Now, below that, it's going to ask you if you need accommodations through the ADA Act, Americans with Disabilities Act. This would be if you had a seeing eye dog or you needed a sign language interpreter or something like that. You can check that box if it applies. Now, below that is the candidate information. It's going to ask you if you've taken the test since 2002. It asks you for your first name, last name. Next page is all your demographics, date of birth, yada, yada, yada. I want to go down to, do you have a high school diploma or, well, actually, let's go up to the one above it, the gender. This is your legal gender as of the time that you take or that you apply for the test. So what is your legal gender at the time that you apply for the test? I know this is getting a little murky, but legal gender at the time you apply for the test. If you are in transition, you need to have the legal documents that support that. Below that, it's asking if you have a high school diploma or equivalent. It's either yes or no. You either have one or you don't. If you don't have one, it's not going to prevent you from testing as long as you're over 18. If you're under 18, you can't test unless you have a high school diploma. Now, below that, this is the part that gets really tricky. So everybody get a pen. You're going to have to write on here and stay with me because I'm going to tell you how to fill this out so it doesn't get flagged. Okay. So this first question is asking if you've been convicted of or pled guilty or no contest to a felony under specific chapters. Guys, I'm going to make this super easy for you. If you have a criminal history, see me after class. If you have no criminal history, check no for number 1. Do not write anything in the A, B, C, D, or E. Leave them blank. Super important. Go down to number 2 and check no. So if you have no criminal history, check no for number 1 and no for number 2. If you have a criminal history and it's not a felony, check no for number 1 and no for number 2. If you have a criminal history that's a felony, see me after class.
And you said if it's no, just not to mark anything.
Right,
A, B, C, D.
right. Leave those blank.
Mine too, just don't read them all.
They'll actually gray those out. So you won't be able to, when you check no, it grays all those out. It takes them out of circulation. But what ends up happening, people that send in this paper, if they, anything that's checked, whether it's yes or no on those A, B, C, D's, and E's, automatically flags the system. And now they're asking you to provide proof. It just gums up the whole thing.
I know it's.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Very good point. The online will gray those out. All right, so go to number 3, and this is very tricky. So let me explain this to you. Number 3 is asking if you've ever been terminated for cause from the Florida Medicaid program. But guys, this isn't as a recipient of Medicaid. This is as a Medicaid provider. So it's asking if you've ever had sanctions put against you where you could not bill Medicaid. If you've never worked in medicine, number 3 is not going to apply to you. Neither is number 4. But let me explain to you why, because this is actually pretty important. A couple of years ago, we had a couple doctors right here in our county that got caught up in this. They fraudulently billed Medicare and Medicaid. If you were working in that office and you knew what was happening and you now know how to defraud Medicare and Medicaid because they taught you how, they do not want you working in medicine. Well, we can all understand why. So you would be, this isn't something that was done in a back room somewhere. You would have had to go on trial. They would have put you on a very specific list called excluded individuals and entities. You would know that you're on this list. You would have documentation. There would be a court hearing. This is a very, very, very serious thing, but they're asking you here to declare that. So number 3, 4, and 5 is asking if you've ever had that right removed from you. So if you haven't, then number 3, 4, and 5 will all be no. If you don't know what the list of excluded individuals and entities is, you're not on it. It's that simple. You're not on it. This is a very, very big deal. All right, below that is disciplinary history. Let me explain to you what this is. They want to make sure you weren't a CNA in Indiana, knocked around some old people, got your certification taken away, and you moved to Florida and want to do it here. So they're asking you if you've ever had any disciplinary history for any medical certification in Florida or any other state. If you haven't, the answer is no all the way down. Again, this is something you would know about. Now, below that is criminal history. Pretty simple, yes or no. You either have one or you don't. If the answer is maybe, it's yes. So criminal history, yes or no. The second question there under criminal history is, have you ever had any records expunged, sealed, hidden from view? We're going to find them. We are going to find them. Absolutely. And I love that expunged thing, because lawyers will tell you all day long, oh, no one will ever know. It's gone. It's erased. There's no records. It's completely invisible. They will find it. And then the last one is basically asking if you have a juvie record. Were you young and dumb and got caught? All right. Page 4, I am not allowed to help you with legally. You have to read each question. You have to answer it appropriately. And you're going to write your social security number at the bottom. Going on to page 5. This is the most critical part of the application. Get this wrong and you may not be allowed to test. Under certification options / eligibility, you are going to check off E3 Challenger. Do not check anything else off. E3 Challenger. I know you're sitting in a classroom. This is not a 120-hour program. We cannot check off E1 or E2. E4 doesn't mean anything. And E5 is for lapsed nursing assistants. So if you were a CNA and your certification, you just didn't renew last year, that would be for you. But E3 Challenger covers all the bases. You don't have to prove anything. It gets you testing right away. There's no delays. That's the one you want to choose. Below that is training information. It only asks you to fill this out if we checked E1 or E2. What did we check? So this does not apply to us, but an X through training information. Do not fill it out. It does not apply to us. Now, again, if you do this online, which I firmly recommend, when you check off E3 Challenger, this training will get grayed out. It's not going to ask you to fill it in at all. Under test site information, you're all going to test at a regional test site. So check the second box there. And where it says test site code, this paper that I gave you right here along the bottom are the test site codes for our area. You'll see that there's 2 in Tampa, 1 by the airport and 1 on the other side of Tampa over by Busch Gardens. And then there's 1 in Ocala as well for Citrus County people that might be closer.
Like closer.
The Tampa TAMAIR, which is a Gillis, that's going to be the closest one to us. We used to have one in Newport Richey. It closed down recently, about 6 months ago. We used to be one here. They actually moved from here to Newport Richey because there wasn't enough demand here. Newport Richey had bigger area they could draw from Trinity and northern Pinellas and Hillsborough. So it was able to sustain a full time, because remember, they test 7 days a week. 7 days a week. and they test 8 students a day. So you've got to have enough people to support a full-time testing center. Well, Newport Richey closed. I don't know why. I have no idea, but they closed. So our next closest one is TAMAIR. But there's others as well. You can go onto Prometric's website and you can see a whole list of current testing area centers. If you want to test in Miami, you can. If you want to test in Tallahassee, you can. If you want to test in Jacksonville and go see your aunt, you can. But TAMAIR is our closest. Below that is your exam selection. You have a couple of choices. Everyone here is English or first language. Okay, that helps. So basically you have 2 options. So you have the plain Jane test, which is the first option there. It's the one most people choose. 99% of testing is done that way. But if you have a language barrier or a reading problem or an attention deficit problem, you may want the earphones. It's called audio, oral. You may want earphones and have the computer read the written test question to you. So if you want the computer to read the written test to you, check the second one. Other than that, check the first. Testing fee is $155. That's going to go in your total column. At the bottom under total fee, it'll be $155, and that's the amount you have to pay to Prometric when you register. If you go to page 6, this is an affidavit. You're going to read the affidavit, check the, I'm sorry, let's go back up. Electronic fingerprints. This is their privacy policy. You know how everywhere you go now, you've got to check a box that says you read and received their privacy policy type thing. I actually have this up here. You can read it if you want to. You can go onto their website and read it, but you're going to have to check the box here. It says that you've received and read the privacy policy. That way you know how they're going to use your information. And then the attestation, you're going to read, sign, and date. Now at the bottom of the page, it says if you do not receive your emailed ATT letter, that's the authorization to test letter. If you do not receive your authorization to test within what time frame? Okay, 10 to 14 business days. Super important, because if something goes wrong and you have to call Prometric because you don't get an email, you don't get your test date, it's been 6 weeks. When you call Prometric, the person that answers that phone is a minimum wage employee whose entire job is to get you off the phone. That is it's not to give you information. Their job is to get you off the phone. So they're going to give you a nonsense answer like, oh, it can take up to 90 days to clear you, or it can take up to 180 days to get you tested. What does your application say? You're going to read this to them. My application says 10 to 14 business days. I want to talk to a supervisor. That is your answer. This is their contract with you. So you're going to use it to get to a supervisor. I would love to say that Prometric is an easy company to deal with, but I can't. So I'm giving you the ammunition you need. Okay. Last page is the payment form. If you're going to send this in, the paper application, this is what you're going to fill out for payment. It's either debit credit card at the top, or you can pay by certified check or money order, not personal check. But if you notice, it told you if you didn't receive your ATT within 10 to 14 days to contact them, but it doesn't give you a phone number. Isn't that funny? Yeah, call us, but don't call us. All right, at the bottom of the third column of this paper right here, the bottom of the third column is phone number for Prometric. They actually didn't even have it on their website for the longest time because they didn't want phone calls. So your best bet is to take this application and register online. Online registration, if you don't have basic computer skills, can be a bit tricky. By basic skills, I mean able to type something into an address bar and create an account. If you cannot do those two things, send in the paper application. I have step-by-step instructions on my website as to how to get to the website, what to click on the website to start the application, how to create an account. I actually create an account on the screen with you, so you can see exactly how to do it, how to verify your email address with your email, because they're going to send you an email to verify. And then how to actually start the application, because there's no button that says start new application. You would think they would make it easy. They don't. It's just a little tiny link way down here. So it's not as intuitive as you would think. So watch watch that video for step-by-step instructions on the website. Good. We did it. We're 4 minutes ahead.
How far out can you register?
Today is good. Today is good. The whole process, remember, you're going to submit your application 1 to 3 days later. You get an email 7 to 10 days later. You'll get your test date, right? So you're talking about 2 weeks. So if you register now, you should be testing about a week after graduation, which is, a week or 2 after graduation, perfect timing. Long enough that you remember, you've had time to practice, but not so long that you've kind of gotten rusty. Okay. Your review sheet for today is right here on the end of the table. There's your review sheet from Monday as well. So make sure you get class 3 review sheet.
Not related, but I have this interview at 2 o'clock.
So exciting.
And, like, what are some of the questions that maybe I'll going in?
Okay. So in your white skills book, turn to page, I don't have my book with me. Turn to page 127. 9? No, that's go back to 7. Yep, interview questions. So I got it right, 127. So these are some questions that you should be prepared to ask during an interview. Not all of them are going to apply, but there's some things that you're going to want to know about the facility. What their training is like. Will you get some help as you're transitioning because you're brand new? You're going to want to know what the patient to staff ratio is. You would want to know what the shift is, what happens if your shift relief doesn't show up. Some places, they're not going to have this, but some places that do 24-hour around the clock, like nursing homes, hospitals, that type of thing, has something called mandating, which means that if you're working 7 to 3 and I'm supposed to show up at 3 to relieve you and I don't come, you have to stay. That's called mandating. Now you need to know this because if you have childcare or transportation issues and you need a set schedule, that may not work for you. If you're the type of person that needs all the hours you can get, that's an ideal situation. So those are some questions that you're probably going to want to ask. Now, they're going to ask you some questions as well. One of the things that's going to come up, and we talk about this on the last day, so I'm just going to kind of gloss over it a little bit. But one of the things that's going to come up is they're going to ask you, tell me a little bit about yourself. And everybody clams up. You get that deer in the headlight look like, oh, I don't know what to say. You need to have something here. This is your opportunity to sell you. I don't know you. I have no idea. Why should I pick you? Why? Why are you here in that seat right now, wasting my time? Why? So you got to have a good answer. So what's your background? What are you coming out of? What have you done?
Childcare past 3-4 years.
Okay.
Until this past May.
Okay. Perfect. Oh, they're gonna hire you. All right. So you would say, I have my previous work history was in childcare, and I specialized in 2-year-olds or, whatever, your history is. I took a CNA class because I really wanted to take those skills that I had in childcare and transition them into more of a medical setting. Because I was really interested in medical. I'm currently in class. I will be graduating in 2 weeks. And was really excited to find out that I could combine my love of taking care of children with a medical career. And I'm really excited at finding out more about this facility and how I might be beneficial in this setting. So you want to basically explain to them why you're sitting in that chair right now and get them to be interested in you. So it's your opportunity to sell yourself. So make sure you have an answer for that. What they don't want to hear is, well, I grew up in Virginia. That doesn't, when they say, tell me about a little bit about yourself, what they mean is, why are you here? Why? So if you have an answer for that, it will help you. You also they're going to ask you some tough questions like, why do you want to work in childcare? Why do you want to work with kids? So you need to have an answer for that too. What is your past experience? What age levels did you take care of? Those are kind of the things that you want to think about before you go in. Okay, but you're gonna do well. They expect you to be nervous. You can and trip all over your words. That's not really, sure, they'd like you polished, but that's not really what this is about. Because just like those evaluators, their focus is on the patient. And just like the board of nursing, their focus is on grandma. When they're interviewing you, their focus is on their clients. Who's going to take care of these clients the way I would? And as long as you keep that in the back of your mind, you'll give them the answers that they're looking for, so they'll take a chance on you. Yeah, you're going to do fine. Yeah, you're going to do fine. Make sure you let us know on Monday, because now I'm vested. Now I'm going to be thinking about you all weekend.
Yeah, me too, darn it. I don't even know you.
All right, review sheets for class 4 are here. Feel free to grab one on your way out. If you didn't get class 3, they're there. And have a fantastic weekend. Make sure you guys do something fun. Have some fun this weekend. It's not all work. We have to remember why we're doing this.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Oh my goodness. Have a fantastic day, guys. You too. All right, so let me get to my YouTube people. Okay, YouTube people, hi. Let me go up here and say hi to everybody. Let's see who was here. Hi, Marie. Hi, Osura. Good morning, Shirley. Hi, Alina. Hi, Renata. Hi, Ruth. Hi, Nathalie. Muslimas speaks. Good morning from Tampa. Well, thank you for joining us from Tampa. We're not too far from you, actually, about an hour north. Hi, Helen. Missed you last Thursday. See you tomorrow. The cold in Paris is unbearable. We are frozen like good frozen fish. But we do not have snow. Oh, I would love to go to Paris someday. That just sounds magical. But I hope that you have a chance to thaw out. Melissa, good morning. Let's see here. Kanisha, I need help with the written exam. Kanisha, go to my website foryourcna.com/ebook and download the free ebook. It will help you with the written tests. So go to the ebook for the written, to help with the written test. I'm actually, this gives me an opportunity to tell you something that we are in the process of developing. I'm really excited about this. I'm going to be hosting a live question and answer, like a practice test. I'm hoping to do it every week. We're going to see how the schedule works out with my lives, but I'm looking to possibly do it every week. And this is going to be very interactive. So I'm going to give you the question. It'll pop up on the screen. There's going to be 4 choices on the screen. This is on YouTube, just like here. So you would have the 4 choices at the bottom, and then you are going to type into the chat the choice that you think it is, the correct answer. And then at the end of the question, it actually tallies everything and puts you on a leaderboard. So YouTube actually reads your results and puts it up on the leaderboard. So it's going to be a really fun, interactive way of getting those practice questions in and getting prepared for the written test. And then after the question, I'll explain why the right answer is the right answer, just like I do in here. So I'm really, really excited about having that capability. And it'll be starting soon. And I don't have a definite start date yet, because I've got to look at my schedule to figure out where I can fit it in, because it's going to be live each week. And if you've got some suggestions about when you would like to see this practice test, what time frame. Remember, I'm teaching on Mondays and Wednesdays. I do my live on Thursdays at 3. So I'm actually kind of thinking about possibly either Tuesday or Saturday even. So if you've got some ideas on when you would like to see this, and I'm going to be talking about it in tomorrow's lesson as well. My live lesson at 3:00 tomorrow Eastern time for the live question and answer. Just let me know what you would like to see as far as timing for this. Kayla says, explain more books. I passed the skills, very easy. The people lie, went day is very hard. I think you're saying that the written test was hard. Kayla, again, you're going to want to make sure that you get that ebook. So foryourcna.com/ebook, and you're going to want to pay attention to this new thing that I have with the practice questions coming up soon. We have a ton of stuff on our website too. If you haven't checked them out yet, go watch my animated videos. All the animated videos are going to cover topics that's going to be on the written test. Hi, Mayben. Hi, Lovna. And hi, Priya. Odaji says, good morning. I want to appreciate you for the good work you're doing. I study with the ebook you sent and passed the CNA exams. Oh, congratulations, Odaji. Congratulations. That is awesome. Melissa, the ebook. Okay, so how can you order the ebook from Trinidad? So Melissa, just go to foryourcna.com/ebook. So EBOOK, foryourcna.com/ebook. It's digital. So all you got to do is fill out the form and we're going to send it to you. Okay. Melissa says, thank you. Learn with Vivek. Hello. Udaline, good morning. And okay, so it looks like it. All right, guys. Well, that's going to be a wrap for today. If you have not subscribed already, please do so. We are inching closer to that 100,000 mark. And I'll once we hit that 100,000, I'll get my little YouTube play button. I'm super excited. We'll do an unboxing with that. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. That way we can get to that 100,000 mark. We are so close. I am about 700 away from getting that 100,000 subscribers. So super exciting times. Make sure that you subscribe if you haven't already. All right, stay tuned for the new things that we have coming up with the new practice questions. I'm not real sure what I'm going to be calling it yet. But if you've got any ideas about when you would like to see that, let me know, and I'll take it into account as well. All right, guys, until next time, happy caregiving. Make sure you join me tomorrow for my live at 3 p.m. Eastern. See you then. Bye.